Welcome and thank you for standing by.
Okay, is that it, Greg?
I'm sorry about that. I had to turn something off. Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This webinar is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the webinar over to Dave Tuttle. Dave, you may begin.
Great, thank you, Greg. And thanks everyone for joining us for what I think is going to be a very interesting, our first session on respondent-centered design. I think in the interest of time, we're just going to let the presenters go and then save all the Q&A for after. But if anybody has an urgent, clarification question, please put it in the chat, and we'll do our best to make sure that it gets answered. And then, of course, at the end, we'll have a full discussion. So the first presentation is by Catherine Harper and Genevieve Christensen of ICF, designing post-submittal follow-ups for establishment surveys. And I actually spent a lot of years working on establishment surveys and with the NSF, so I'm very excited to hear what you all have to say today. Looks like you're still muted, Catherine.
Okay.
Great.
Hi. All right. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Catherine Harper. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a survey project director at ICF. Efforts to improve data quality on establishment surveys often include post-submittal data clarifications or corrections, in addition to the validations programmed on the web questionnaire. These follow-ups can sometimes be the most time-consuming part of a data collection. I will be presenting an approach to these follow-ups designed and implemented for the National Science Foundation's Higher Education Research and Development Survey, or HERD. The HERD survey is part of the portfolio of data collections directed by the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, or NCSES, within NSF. There we go. Okay. Our current interface and procedures for post-submittal follow-ups are the result of a few years of redesigning, testing, implementing, revising, and refining. Many people on both NCSES and ICF contributed to our current design, including my co-presenter, Michael Gibbons, the HERD survey manager, and his predecessor, Rhonda Brett. At ICF, Jennifer Greer, David Green, Vladimir Shishvili, and Dara Presley have led key parts of the work, and all of the members of the HERD survey support team have provided important feedback on what was working and what wasn't. I'd first like to review some of the key characteristics of the HERD survey that informed our design. First, HERD is a long-running annual census of a small population of higher education institutions. The survey has been conducted annually since 1972 and has been a census since 1998. The population includes all U.S. universities and colleges that, during the financial year, granted a bachelor's degree or higher, had at least $150,000 in research and development expenditures, and were a separate campus headed by a president, chancellor, or equivalent. The average population size over the past 5 completed cycles was 910 institutions, and only 3% of the population members changed from year to year. 84% of the population in the most recently completed survey had been consistently in the population for at least 10 years, and 60% had been consistently in the population for 20 years. Second, the HERD web questionnaire and the survey management system are part of a purpose-built system and are not on a pre-existing survey platform. The fact that HERD is purpose-built gives us a lot of freedom to design with our users in mind. A couple of other things you may notice when we look at examples, but I won't be focusing on. The web questionnaire design does not assume completion in a certain order, and respondents are free to navigate around, and there are no skips. Also, the web questionnaire has many programmed validations. HERD collects information on research and development expenditures during an institution's financial year. Essentially, we ask for total expenditures and then ask them to split those expenditures into several categories, such as sources of fund, types of funding agreement, fields of study, types of cost, and many others. For this reason, there are lots of program validations to make sure that values that need to be equal are, or ones that should only be a portion of a total, are less than that total. These validations are presented as hard stops on the questionnaire and must be resolved to submit. Because this is an annual survey that the vast majority of the population completed the year before, the web survey is programmed to check most values for large increases or decreases compared to the previous year. Respondents are asked to provide more information about the large change in the text box included as part of the validation message. And lastly, our respondent population is highly invested in the accuracy of the data. With the exception of a few confidential items, all values on the survey are published at the institution level. NCSES publishes institution ranking tables and longitudinal tables for several values, as well as population and state totals. And data is available on table creation tools and data files for use as needed by analysts. Colleges and universities and other higher education researchers are frequent users of the data. That is the incentive for participating and the reason for our over 95% response rate. Universities and colleges use the data for peer comparisons and are very aware that others are looking at what they report. So when we first started the process of redesigning how we ask for clarifications or corrections, the two things the survey team definitely knew we wanted was the ability to present follow-up questions within the context of the completed questionnaire and the ability to let respondents revise their data on the web questionnaire. Prior to implementation of the new design, any requests to respondents for clarifications or corrections were sent as static lists of issues. If the reply included changes to one or more values on the questionnaire, that revision needed to be entered by the survey team. But the more problematic issue was that the revision could lead to cross-question disagreements on the questionnaire, which led to a lot of additional follow-up to resolve. We also hoped that the quality of the responses we received would improve if the respondents were directed to an interface where they could see the follow-up questions and the data next to each other. Additionally, although many of our requests for clarifications or corrections were formulaic, there were some instances where we had to follow up on something complex and unusual. So we wanted to give the survey team the ability to write highly tailored follow-ups. The user experience team recommended, among many other things, that when we added what we decided to call data quality issues, or DQIs to the web questionnaire, that we utilize design features that the respondents were already familiar with. So the key steps of the respondents' experience replying to data quality issues are: first, they receive an email from survey support that says we need help clarifying or correcting some items and directs the respondent back to the web questionnaire. Next, the respondent logs into the web questionnaire as they normally would and finds DQIs added to the top of the relevant questions. I'll show you what that looks like in just a minute. After reading DQIs, the respondent corrects data if needed or provides additional information in the included text box. And when replies have been entered for each DQI, the respondent resubmits and receives an automated email confirmation. All right, so this is a video of a user navigating through a web questionnaire that DQIs have been added to. I will describe some key parts of the design as we watch. This is a test record. Any data you see, while realistic, is fictitious. So after logging in, let's get that started. After logging in, the respondent clicks on Open the survey to address data quality issues. The appearance and location of the button is the same as when they first accessed the survey. The text is just different. On the question list, there's now a new red flag status icon on some questions with text indicating that data quality request requires attention. And the location of unresolved data quality issues has been added to the progress table at the top of the question list. When the respondent navigates to the question, the text describing the issue is in a box at the top. The location of the message in the yellow background, red border, and header are identical to programmed hard stop errors that they see during the initial data entry. Obviously, the text of the issue description is much longer than the programmed validations users might see during the initial data entry. I will demonstrate how DQIs get added to the system from the survey staff perspective in a few moments. The general format of our DQIs is 1, state what we are seeing in the data with specific values. 2, point out why it might be wrong or why we need more information. 3, give instructions about how the reader can respond and offer examples. In this first DQI, we note that they can correct data or provide additional information about the change. Notice just below the yellow box, the explanation provided for the large increase flagged in the system during the initial data entry. Right. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay, come on. Sorry about that. Okay, so I think I'm not sure if I'll be able to get this to restart again. Sorry about that. Aha, here we go. Okay, I apologize for that. The video will skip ahead to after a response has been entered in a text box and data has been revised, but before it is saved, here we go. After changes are saved, the large increase from last year no longer exists, but there's now an error pointing out that the total does not match the expected amount. In this case, it was just a typo that it will be corrected by the user and the error will disappear. There you see, there you go. And then in the video, we jump ahead to the resolution of the second DQI. And now the survey is ready to be resubmitted. There you go. And the respondent will get an automated email acknowledging their submission, and the survey management system will see, and they'll be assigned to a reviewer. Okay, next slide. Okay, so next I want to talk about the reviewer experience. Access to the reviewer interface for a specific school from an assigned list on the survey management system. Reviews, the reviewer uses an interface designed specifically for these reviews. They are assigned schools to review through the survey management system. The reviewer adds comments for our internal records and summarizes their assessment, and then the reviewer interface, which I will show you in just a moment, is visually pretty plain, but it includes a great deal of information, including current year and last year's data, measures of change, and it highlights what values were flagged as large increases or decreases on the web questionnaire. If the reviewer thinks an institution may need to clarify or correct something, the reviewer writes a DQI. When they're done, the reviewer changes the status to DQI as written, indicating that the DQI can be reviewed and posted or ready for approval. The reviewer then monitors their list of assigned records for questionnaires that have been resubmitted and need re-review. So again, we got another video. I'm not going to jump ahead on this one. This is a video of a user navigating through a data review interface. I'll be focusing on how DQIs are added to a questionnaire I will note that this record has many more highlighted cells than a typical institution have. In this example, the reviewer has already completed their assessment and is preparing to add DQIs to a couple of places on the questionnaire. All right, there are several status indicators and tools at the top of the review page. Some of these vary based on the permissions granted to the user. This user has the highest permission level. You can see as we scroll down some of the narratives entered by respondents and reviewers for this year or last year. The user clicks on Start a New DQI Review, which adds hyperlinks to all the places a DQI could be added. In addition to what question the DQI appears at the top of, the selection determines the precise location and the label for that one, such as question 3. The reviewer then selects a category. That's something we only use internally, but it does help. And then they select a template they don't have to, but they can select a template. And then they edit it to match the needs of that particular user. I'm going to pause for just a second. And then the second DQI, you can see that's on a big grid. So the reviewer is going to pick a specific cell. So you'll see that there's the row and the column on there before they decide what the DQI, the text, and we're jumping ahead to they've already edited the text. And they go up to the top for a last review. And then they indicate for the senior reviewers that this DQI has been written and is ready to be reviewed and posted. The senior reviewer then comes back, reviews this information in the DQIs, and returns it for corrections. At that point, it gets posted on the institution's website in the video we just saw, and they're sent an email asking them to review. Okay. And then last, there was certainly an initial investment for design, testing, and programming, but those costs were recovered within a couple of cycles. There were several positive outcomes of this redesign. First, additional follow-ups with institutions after the first round of DQIs are very rare now, reducing labor, but also respondent burden. This change also significantly reduced the need for data entry by survey staff and quality reviews of that data entry. This gave us tools for easier monitoring of the data review team, which let us expand the pool of trained reviewers. And also, of course, this gives us much better paradata and metadata about the follow-ups. And lastly, we did receive a lot of positive feedback about from the respondents about the ease of use of the system, taking it out of the email world to a certain extent. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thanks very much, Catherine. It's always nice to hear about when we are able to build things that are useful, not just for the collection and production operation, but also for the respondents themselves. So thanks very much. So we are going to move on to our second presentation. And this will be with Katie Petway and Camille Tucker from the U.S. General Services Administration. And I would just like to offer a comment that as a federal employee, thank you all very much at the GSA for keeping the wheels on the wagon. And so they are going to give a talk called Leveraging Technology for Survey Governance. So I think you're ready to share your screen. Great. All right. Thank you. Take it away.
Thanks, Dave. Good morning, everyone. My name is Camille Tucker. I'm from the Office of Customer Experience at the U.S. General Services Administration. Katie Petway isn't joining me this morning, but Genevieve Christensen is, and she'll have an opportunity to introduce herself in a moment. This morning, we're going to talk to you about how we leverage governance to manage customer experience, customer research, and surveys in particular at GSA. CX is an increasingly important priority across the federal government, but CX teams are typically very small. and do not have a ton of authority. So we're going to talk about how we have driven change management and agency-wide adoptions of good survey practices at GSA. So my role at GSA is the Voice of the Customer Program Manager. I'm also right now the Acting Chief Customer Officer. Genevieve, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Camille. So my name is Genevieve Christensen, and I am a data analytics specialist on our Voice of the Customer team within the Office of Customer Experience.
Thanks, Genevieve. I'm going to spend a little bit of time at the beginning of our presentation talking about the context for why we set up survey governance. Genevieve is going to talk about how we addressed the challenges. And at the end, we're going to touch a little bit on what's next for our organization and for GSA. So our mission in the Office of Customer Experience is to improve the end-to-end experience of GSA customers by aligning operations to customer needs. That means that GSA should be organized around what our customers need rather than forcing our customers to sort of get a PhD in how GSA operates. When we talk about customers, we're talking about 4 distinct groups. We mean agencies at any level of government, federal, state, local, tribal, who use our products and services. We're talking about the suppliers who provide products and services via the contracts that we manage. We're talking about members of the American public, and we're talking about GSA employees who are recipients of our internal services. So with that very broad definition of customer, we end up with an organization as complex as GSA with a lot of different functional areas, a lot of different business models. It's a 12,000 person agency that is primarily customer facing. So how does a very, very small customer experience team manage the demand from this type of complex organization? When we began looking at this problem, there were a lot of inconsistencies across how offices conducted customer research, how they sent out surveys, what types of questions they were answering, what types of data they were collecting. So prior to 2015, several different GSA teams procured their own survey applications, distributed their own surveys, and conducted the analysis themselves. So this resulted in inconsistent branding across surveys and information collections from the same organization. So even sometimes within GSA divisions, you would have tons of different survey templates, tons of different core metrics that weren't centralized, that weren't aggregated or consolidated. We also had inconsistency in the instruments themselves, different ways to ask the same questions, different scale wording, different scale orders. There was a lack of expertise in survey development, meaning that the instruments that folks were using were poor quality. So they were collecting data that was less valid, less useful, and it was increasing the costs related to contract support, technology platforms, that kind of thing. It also meant that there was no coordination across all of those organizations. So customers could be contacted multiple times by similar organizations. Sometimes surveys were almost identical, going to the same people from different organizations within GSA. And then there were budget inefficiencies and administrative burden internally from many small scale, similar procurements of technology platforms. So what do we do about this? The initial OCE team proposed sunsetting all existing survey platform and support contracts, consolidating all of that funding into a centralized place to procure a single enterprise level customer experience management tool, and allocating the remaining funding for FTE to manage the contract, administer the tool, and then support on other customer experience related projects. So the value proposition ended up being to create consistency in branding and data, and then increasing trust from respondents. We're not going to ask you the same thing a bazillion times. We're going to ensure that this looks like an official federal information collection. So the challenge then becomes, how does a team of 5, our initial CX team at GSA was 5 people in 2016 when we procured the software. How does a team of 5 people manage customer research for 12,000 customer-facing employees? How do we do that? And the solution was technology-based survey governance. And so Genevieve is going to talk a little bit about how we implemented that.
All right. So putting this all together, there were 5 people on that initial team, again, supporting 12,000, mostly customer-facing employees who were accustomed to sending out surveys on demand, conducting their own customer-related business the way that they had always been done. Change management was going to be essential to build a governance structure that's aimed at improving outcomes for customers. Surveys and the survey platform were a natural starting point. GSA employees, they were familiar with surveys in both their personal and professional lives, as many of us are, and surveys appeared to be kind of like that easy point of entry for people without formal training in research or statistics, feel like they can write those questions and get that sent out and make some graphs with it. Well, we leveraged that kind of perception to say, hey, you've identified a gap in your understanding of what your customer needs. We've got this really cool platform over here that you can use to do some customer research via a survey. Come work with us instead of doing this out on your own, and we'll make sure that you get some really useful data. And that ended up working. A more advanced survey tool with this polished GSA branding that drew teams to the Office of Customer Experience, and we built relationships and provided value through this surveys plus approach. Let's see. So what does this look like? So what you're seeing is the survey governance model that we have, all starting with this talking point of, I need customer research. Through that, there is a discussion to talk about what that looks like. And if the research question and the parameters of that sound like a survey would be a good fit, we would then suggest that method. You'll notice on that methods row that there's some other boxes that are listed. Those are different forms of customer research. We're just going to focus on this surveys path for today. So yeah, you come to us, surveys. Okay, great. We would then identify which platform to use. In this case, CXM is our customer experience tool. From that, we have processes. So we have our principal survey guidance and survey guidance process, which is a multiple step, pretty expansive process that we post for our customers to follow. So that way they can see everything from how do I get a license all the way down through closing out actions that they would need to take for that particular survey. Additional processes that are related, these are now these kind of darker colored boxes, would be things like license management. So, hey, I need a license. This is how we go through that process. From there, we then look at the different actions and tools that we would have for our internal customers that are looking to work and create surveys. This would be things like the survey approval form. So once they have been provisioned their license, they've created that tool, it then gets routed to us in the Office of Customer Experience, which then once we get that and we get the parameters of this is what we're looking at, this is what we've done, intended dates, we're then putting our comments back and our feedback on a user acceptance testing log. And that's something that we then return back to that customer, and we work through design edits and iterations on that. With this, we have a variety of different trackers and tools that leverage both the CXM platform in terms of creating tickets for us. That way we know when surveys have been submitted for review, as well as additional trackers to also address all of the additional types of requests that come in regarding our CXM platform. And it's important with this to call out the necessity of having good processes when implementing governance. The technology piece is like this really great tool for implementation, but that technology needs to serve our business practices and not dictate the procedural infrastructure. So this is how we are making this tool work for us, and we're creating this really good process around it. So what we see on this next slide is kind of a look at what that bigger picture is within our organization. As Camille had earlier mentioned, we had a lot of different teams that were using different tools. Once we brought this all in under our CXM platform, we can now see, like, here's some different divisions across our organization. How many licenses do we have provisioned out to that division? What does that type of survey load that division is creating? And we can see some offices are definitely more resourced on the build side with maybe fewer or smaller surveys. Others, they're very large surveys with larger teams, so on and so forth. All right. And then we use this next tool here. So this is a tool that we have on our internal data sharing platform where folks can see kind of an inventory. It's a bit of a high level snapshot. So if a user is looking for, hey, I'm in such and such division, does somebody already have a license to the CXM platform? This tool allows them to see users within their division, any surveys that might have been created, statuses, response counts, etc., who might have generated that survey. It doesn't link to the actual platform, the tool, or surveys themselves. And again, it's just a high-level snapshot. This has been really valuable. As our team has grown, as usage of this platform has grown, this allows folks to have, oh, okay, great, I can find this, I can get this piece of information, I can coordinate. This is where those silos start to come down, where folks can collaborate and reach out to others who are doing similar types of work, looking for similar answers to questions. All right. So looking forward, how might we complement surveys, which is what we've been really focusing on, with other forms of research? Camille?
I would be happy to talk about that. So our office is growing. We're now 15 FTE to support the GSA enterprise. We're expanding our offerings into increased and improved data usage, design, process improvement, capacity building. Right now, what we're trying to do is work from the survey request backwards to the research question. One, to make sure teams have a research question so they know where it is they're trying to go. They know what they're trying to learn. And then helping them select the most appropriate research method for that particular research need. We've been working a lot on cataloging the data that we have, especially the survey data, to make it more accessible and discoverable to the GSA enterprise. We're working on leveraging that existing data to create composite CX metrics that incorporate multiple data types or multiple data sources, not just a single result from a single survey. And working on ongoing capacity building for folks who use our survey platform to make sure that they are using it in the most advantageous way possible. So this is where we're trying to go. Customer understanding cannot come from just one type of data or one data source. And so what we're trying to do is leverage multiple types of data to sort of triangulate what it is that the customer needs. GSA lives pretty heavily in that quantitative corner. We're a data-loving agency. We live pretty heavily in that quantitative data corner of the triangle. As we are doing a better job of implementing governance, data uses at GSA, we're getting more into that contextual data piece. That goes back to the dashboard that Genevieve showed to make sure folks are looking at what already exists. And as we do more capacity building, more identification of new research methods or appropriate research methods, we're getting more into that qualitative data space too. So we hope to sort of fill out this triangle for a more robust understanding of our customer needs that continues to build trust with our customers, which is our ultimate goal. And that concludes our presentation. That's all from us.
Great, thanks so much. That's very impressive use of technology. It lets such a small group of people manage a huge portfolio of surveys. I think we at the Census Bureau are taking note of this. Let me also apologize to Genevieve for giving you credit for helping with the first presentation instead of the one that you actually gave today. Okay, so our next speaker is Clayton Knappenberger from right here at the US Census Bureau, and he's going to tell us about machine learning for in-instrument product code search. So Clayton, go ahead and take it over.
Yeah, thank you. Do y'all see the slides?
We do, you're all set.
All right, great. So thank you for joining me this morning. My name is Clayton. Today I'm happy to share some of the work we've been doing with my team of data scientists at the Census Bureau, and specifically how we're using machine learning to improve the respondent experience to our largest establishment survey, the economic census. So just to give a little background, we conduct the economic census every 5 years, and in 2022, that meant roughly 4.2 million US business establishments were sent a questionnaire asking them questions about their industry, employment, and beginning in 2017, we started asking establishments questions about their NAPS codes. That's the North American Product Classification System. And specifically, we asked establishments to break down their revenue using these NAPS codes. Now, unlike your industry, we expect establishments to be operating across multiple products and services. So we expect you to be reporting revenue in multiple of these NAPS codes. That means there's a lot more detail available now about the economy, but it does mean that it's a little more difficult for our establishment respondents because there's something like 7,000 of these NAPS codes that you have to pick from. So to make things a little easier, in 2017, we offered what's called a write-in option. So instead of navigating through this list of 7,000 NAPS codes, we gave you the option to just type in what you do. If you work in surveys, you're probably not surprised to find that things that are easier for the respondent in terms of writing in what you do are not always easier for the collecting agency. So in 2017 in particular, the Census Bureau got back about 1 million of these NAPS write-ins. Again, I don't know about you, but that's a little more than I could work, classifying 1 million text descriptions into a NAPS code. And so we needed to do something about that for 2022. You may be thinking, why don't we just use something like an autocoder? And if you're not familiar with an autocoder, the idea is pretty simple. So you collect all this text data, someone types in something like a car wash, you store that internally in your database, and then after you're done collecting, you run a process called an autocoder. Maybe it's a model, maybe it's keyword lookups, but the idea is you're converting that text into the classification system you're interested in our case, NAPS codes. I think one example that's happening at the BLS is a pretty sophisticated example of an autocoder being done by the Survey of Occupational Injuries and Illnesses. And these work pretty well, but they do come with one major downside. You're cutting the respondent out of the loop. So for things like ice cream and car washes, maybe that ties to a single NAPS code, but if instead you're typing in something like legal advice, well, are you doing real estate legal services or are you doing something like family law? Those two descriptions could tie to two different NAPS codes. And if you cut the respondent out of the loop, you're assigning the single text to a single NAPS code, and you don't necessarily know that that's the right NAPS code. So that got us thinking, what if we could bring the autocoder into the survey and have it work in real time instead of after we're done collecting? So you type in car wash, the autocoder then thinks for a little bit and sends you back a list of NAPS codes that might apply to you. That comes with some pretty substantive positives. You're getting immediate respondent feedback, and it also means that the data come to you with that code. You don't have to then run something afterwards. That's less data that you have to actually analyze. But it does mean that your collection strategy is a lot more complicated. If you've ever used the internet like you're using now, you know that people hate waiting for screens to load. Latency is a thing, and maybe you've even had this situation where you're searching on the internet and the screen takes so long to load that the screen actually crashes. That's called a timeout, and we know that respondents hate timeouts. Thankfully, I'm not the first person to think about bringing autocoders back into the survey. There's a couple of people at the Census Bureau who have done similar things. And when you look at some of these in-survey autocoders, you find that successful examples of this tend to illustrate a few characteristics. First, you'll notice that they tend to use simpler models. So think logistic regressions instead of your fancier neural networks. You'll find that they tend to draw heavily from information retrieval, which makes sense. This is really what information retrieval is designed for. And you'll also notice that they tend to have really good training data. Even when there's not a lot of training data available, they tend to only be needing to predict a smaller number of codes. So how does our NAPS data compare along some of these dimensions? Well, if you recall, we only started collecting NAPS data in the 2017 economic census. There was some 2012 economic census data that we could convert into NAPS codes, but that didn't leave us a lot of training data. So we started off with around 225,000 training samples, which may seem like a lot, but you have to remember, we're trying to predict between something like 7,000 NAPS codes. So if you take the ratio of these two, that's not a very large number. So how do we resolve this? We resolved it by working with our subject matter experts who helped us identify almost 1,000 NAPS codes that were either too vague or too specific, sort of wanted something in the middle in that sweet spot of detail. And once we excluded those NAPS codes, we did lose some training data. We went from around 225,000 training samples to about 150,000. But we were able to improve that training data to NAPS code ratio because we've reduced the total number of NAPS codes we need to predict from. What does our model actually look like? We affectionately call it SimCity. I can't take credit for that name, but it stands for the Smart Instrument NAPS Classification Tool. And it's a pretty simple idea. It uses Doc2Vec, which is an unsupervised neural network, where you feed in text and it converts that text into a numerical embedding, really just a numerical representation of what you're searching for. So you run all of your training data through this Doc2Vec model, through SimCity. And then when a user is trying to search for a product code, they type in their search. That incoming query is then compared numerically to all of the other training data. And then we find the examples that are closest to this incoming search and show the respondent the NAPS codes for those examples. So that sounds pretty complicated, but the idea is actually very simple. If you are searching for new and used car sales, we look for other people who searched for similar things in the training data, and we show you the NAPS codes associated with those users. Because if someone else is selling new and used cars, they're probably using the same NAPS codes that you are. So this idea seems like it would work in theory. How can we test it? We tested it by splitting our training data, our initial training data, into two sets. 145,000 cases we could use as training, and then 4,500 test samples that we could use for test. And what's unique about these 4,500 test cases is we were very confident we knew the NAPS data for these. These were like gold standard responses. And we evaluated 3 different versions of the SimCity model on that test data. The first version only uses the search text. So if you're searching for ice cream is the only piece of text that got fed into the model. A second version of the model incorporates industry information. So earlier in the survey, we ask you what industry you operate in, your NAICS code. And the idea for the second version of this model, this NAICS plus search model, is that we could incorporate that industry information into your search and get better results. The idea being that there are correlations between these two classification systems. A third version of the model, which we called the combined version, runs both of the previous 2 versions on the back end, and then just merges those results together and shows you that merged list. So when evaluating these test results, we were really interested in 3 criteria. The first question we had was, how often did respondents find the correct NAPS code across all of their searches? We had a second accuracy criteria that we called the search level accuracy, and that was answering how often did a search return the correct NAPS code. So the key difference between these 2 accuracies is respondent level accuracy uses the number of respondents as the denominator, whereas your search level accuracy uses all of the searches they make, the total number of searches made as the denominator. And if you recall, we were really interested in making sure that whatever system we implemented didn't make respondents wait for results. So we also measured latency. Thankfully, the results of this test showed that the NAICS plus search model, that model using industry information, outperformed by a large margin both of the other 2 versions of the model. And it was slightly slower than the search-only model, but it was only about 1/1000th of a second slower. And so we banked on the idea that respondents would appreciate having a much more accurate top 10 list of NAPS codes than they would care about losing that 1/1000th of a second. So the real test was, how did it perform in the field? So we used SimCity in the 2022 economic census, and we're very happy to say that we didn't have any of those dreaded timeouts. And we were also really happy to see that it worked at reducing the total number of write-ins that we got. So if you recall, in 2017, we received about 1 million NAPS write-ins. In 2022, we were able to reduce that number by 78% to 220,000. Some sectors we performed even better. Sectors like wholesale and manufacturing, we did better than 78% reduction. But even in sectors where we didn't do as well, sectors like healthcare, we were still achieving a 50% reduction. 220,000 NAPS write-ins to work is still a lot, and you'll see that the largest share of those write-ins are in sectors like retail, about 26%, and healthcare, about 18%. So where can we go from here with SimCity? Well, we've just launched the annual Integrated Economic Survey. AIS is very different from other surveys that it uses a spreadsheet template for reporting data. And currently it doesn't ask any NAPS questions, but in the future, if we were to add NAPS questions to AIS, there's a possibility that we could be using SimCity in some format to help assist with that. The Census Bureau also collects product and services codes using the harmonized system. So we wonder if SimCity could be adapted to work with those harmonized system codes. And earlier I mentioned that retail was one of the sectors where SimCity is not performing as well as others. So we wonder if we could leverage some barcode data that we've acquired, that's UPCs and GTINs, if we can use some of that information to help improve SimCity. Additionally, we know there's been a lot of advances in natural language processing, specifically using transformer-based embeddings. We wonder if we could use some of those advances to improve SimCity even more in the future. So that's all I have for today, but I know we'll wait for questions at the end of the session. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Clayton. And I should point out that for people who don't work at the Census Bureau, we have almost as many internal acronyms as there are establishments in the business frame. So you kind of win the prize this year, I think, for the best acronym.
Yeah, I wish I could take credit for it.
It's all of our win. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay, so next I would like to introduce my colleague Casey Eggleston from the Census Bureau. And Casey is going to tell us about using QR codes in the Census Household panel. Okay, so hopefully we got your technical stuff worked out.
We'll find out. All right, I am sharing the PDF, but let me see if I can actually share the PowerPoint and see if it will work. All right, it does not want me to share. All right, well, I'm gonna give it a try here. Okay, I've maximized it as much as I can. If it's not quite sharing the presenter mode, I apologize. We were having some technical issues with it, but
I think you got it.
I got it, yes, wonderful. Okay, the technical issues resolved just in time. My name's Casey Eggleston. As Dave mentioned, I want to thank my colleagues who helped with this work as well, Aaliyah Clark-Phobia and Jenny Hunter-Child. I'm going to be talking about the use of QR codes in a new data collection that the Census Bureau is conducting called the Census Household Panel. So I'll have two parts here. I'll give you a little bit of details about the Census Household Panel if you have not heard of it yet, and then I will also dive into the topic of QR codes and how those worked with recruiting respondents to respond to our survey. So for a little bit of background, probably at this point, everyone's pretty familiar with QR codes. If you were talking about this a decade ago, it was a little bit more of a new topic, but I'll just give a brief overview of sort of the history of QR codes or quick response codes. They started to appear in public spaces like libraries and in marketing advertisements shortly after sort of smartphone adoption reached its tipping point around 2010. Early on, researchers were interested in whether people knew about this technology and how accessible it was, whether people knew how to use a QR code, although that has mainly shifted to general awareness at this point. And survey methodologists were initially kind of excited about the QR code as a way of accessing surveys. However, in the early days, researchers generally concluded that respondents didn't really use QR codes if they were offered as a way to access the instrument of a survey online, and that QR codes didn't notably impact response rates. So some of that initial enthusiasm cooled for a while. However, you may be aware that recently some changes to technology as well as societal changes have made QR codes popular again. Smartphones have typically adjusted their phone features to allow you to scan QR codes natively so that you don't have to download an app. Usually you can do this with the camera feature of a phone so that if you have the camera, then you have access to QR code technology, as well as the desire to reduce contact during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many restaurants, healthcare providers, and other places started using QR codes as a way to have non-contact transmission of information, such as the menu at a restaurant. You would scan a QR code and then be able to access the menu, or a check-in information at a doctor's office, things like that. And because of these changes, there's a need for updated research in the survey space about whether QR codes are now more useful for respondents as a way to access survey questionnaires. And I'm probably not the first talk that you've heard on this topic after survey methodologists have started figuring out new solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic and ways to get surveys continuing. There have been a lot of different survey programs that have been exploring this. So I'll just talk specifically about one today, but you've probably heard or will soon hear other talks on the same topic. So the two research questions I'm going to be addressing today are very simple. First, what proportion of respondents would use a QR code to access a survey instrument if they were provided it? And in this case, I'm using a mailed invitation, which I'll show you momentarily. And then also, who uses the QR code among those respondents versus the characteristics of individuals who respond via a different mode. So as promised, I will first just give a brief overview of the Census Household Panel, which was our data source for this information. And I won't go into too much detail because I think we're a little bit on the short side in terms of time, and I want to make sure there's discussion, but I'm happy to go back to any of these details later if needed. So the Census Household Panel, if you have not heard of it yet, is the first nationally representative panel built by a federal statistical agency in the US, that is. And it's intended to be primarily used by other federal statistical agencies to allow us to have the infrastructure for timely and evidence-based data. And this is being built by the US Census Bureau, of course, but we have the intention of partnering with other agencies as well to collect data that's timely and useful for them. It's nationally representative, address-based, and probability-based internet panel, but we include non-internet households via a phone response mode. And the Census Bureau is in a unique position with all of its frame data and access to administrative records to append additional information to allow for weighting and adjustments. The sampling so far, as the panel has been built up, was a stratified systematic sample of 75,000 addresses from the Census Bureau's master address file, excuse me, with, as I mentioned, auxiliary data appended from our demographic frame and the Census Bureau's planning database to stratify the sample. There's a little bit more details here, but as I said, in the interest of time, I'm gonna move along quickly. To give you an idea of what our recruitment materials look like, this is a screenshot of the invitation letter. This would come in the mail to respondents initially, inviting them to join the panel. As you can see, there's a URL link. Respondents would also have a PIN to type in when they access the instrument online. And then a QR code is available right next to the link. Alternatively, respondents could call the phone number to complete by phone. We had both inbound calling and outbound calling for this recruitment effort. As I said, we collected primarily using the Qualtrics instrument, but respondents could call in with inbound and outbound Caddy. The call center used the Qualtrics instrument as well, so all the data was provided in one place for us for analysis. Recruitment consisted of the mail contacts, first the letter that I showed you, as well as a follow-up letter, and then focused telephone follow-up. Participants enrolled in the survey using this initial questionnaire, which is what I'm going to talk about. But then once they completed that, they were invited to complete monthly topical surveys. Because we were building a panel, we wanted to keep respondents engaged with monthly surveys. So on the left side of the screen here, I talk about the screener or baseline survey. That's all I'm going to talk about today. They had a $5 prepaid incentive that was visible in the envelope when they received that initial letter that I showed you on a previous screen. And then they were eligible to receive a $20 contingent incentive upon completing that screener questionnaire. And that screener questionnaire included basic demographic information and other details we wanted to know about respondents in order to recruit them into the panel and be aware of their characteristics for non-response bias weighting and analysis. And then monthly topical surveys have been sent since this initial recruitment, for which respondents can receive a $10 contingent incentive for completing them. And those invitations are sent via text message or email, depending on what contact information respondents provided us, but still with a limited phone option for our non-internet households. So the question you're all wondering, how many people use the QR code? First, I'll note that we're still in the process of preparing these data for public use. So I have our raw data here, unweighted, but I wanted to go ahead and give a little bit of details about what we were able to see even with this basic analysis. So we were surprised, honestly, by the uptake rate. Out of our nearly 14,000 total responses, almost 60% used the QR code, which is just above and away much higher than past research has found, which in the early days would find a 2 or 3% uptake rate of the QR code. So this is just huge and is honestly higher than other recent research I've seen as well. So the QR code was very popular here. A lot of people were using it, but we still had 30% typed the URL, and then almost 10% called our call center or received a call from our call center and responded that way. Looking at the characteristics of who responded by QR code, we have a breakdown here looking at race and ethnicity, and then on subsequent slides, I'll have a few more characteristics of the individual or the household to look at. As you can see here, this is broken down by the access mode. So QR code is in blue. Those who type the URL are in orange. And then those who use the call center are in gray. Among the people who identified as Hispanic, 73% actually use the QR code. So even higher than our already high 60%. Whereas the rates were a little bit lower among those who identified as Black or white, but still, again, since 60% of people use it, we had a high proportion of QR code use among any race and ethnicity. But that's consistent with previous research that has found Hispanic individuals in particular tend to use QR codes and to be mobile only as their way of accessing the internet. Looking at some other characteristics, we see that those who use the QR code on average were younger than those who use other methods of accessing the survey, an average age of 47, as opposed to the average age for call center users of 68. And the mean household size for those who use the QR code was also higher, suggesting that there might be more larger households and possibly more complex households represented in the QR code user group. There wasn't a huge pattern here with regard to sex, but I did want to show the distribution. This is the percentage of individuals who use each access mode who are male. And as you can see, we have the largest proportion of males using the URL as the access mode, but there wasn't a huge difference here, but I knew someone would want to see it, so I put it in. And then finally, looking at education and employment. Again, we're breaking down among those who identify themselves as being retired, working, or having a bachelor's degree or higher, which access modes they use. You can see that although in general the QR code was the most popular, it was less frequently used among those who are retired. There you see a higher proportion using the URL, and that's the one instance where we actually see that the URL typing in was more popular than the QR code, and is used pretty strongly among those who are working and those who have higher education. So this was all very interesting and consistent with previous data about who uses QR codes, but just the degree is shifting more in favor of the QR code for everyone. So in summary, the majority of respondents use the QR code even more than we were really expecting. Although we have not yet done statistical tests on these demographic differences, it is notable that the QR code response reflects many of those characteristics that can often be underrepresented in surveys, such as younger people, larger households, those who identify as Hispanic, and those who are working, which is promising for future research. I will point out that our URL link was a little bit difficult. As you can see, it's very long. There's a lot of letters and characters there. And that could be one of the reasons why more individuals chose to use the QR code. And it would be interesting to know if we did some future research, whether the characteristics of the link itself are highly predictive of the use of QR code. The reason we use this longer URL rather than using Qualtrics's link shortening capability is because of sort of data security and optics for respondents, because if you use the link shortener, they type in the URL, but then it redirects them to this longer URL, and our IT security folks are concerned about how that will look and whether respondents will be concerned about the safety of their data when they type in a short URL that takes them to a longer link. So we've always used that long link. However, it would be interesting to do some research about whether different link characteristics are associated with use of the QR code at different rates. And that might be something we can look at in the future. But it is interesting if the vast majority of respondents can use the QR code when the URL is difficult to type. So like I started to talk about future directions, of course, we're going to further analyze these results once we have the fully weighted data and do some significance testing. We're interested to know whether it's just the passage of time that is associated with our large use of QR codes, or if there's other characteristics that might be at play, such as the characteristics of the URL or other things that we could manipulate that would influence how much QR code uptake we get. And then finally, of course, the thing that I really love to see, and I have not yet seen this research anywhere, so I'm hoping that we'll get to do it, but if not, someone else will surely get to it, is looking at the actual response rate change associated with the QR code. So an experiment. Is it the case that having a QR code available actually increases response rates, particularly for some populations of interest like younger individuals or Hispanic and Latino individuals, and whether experimentally adding the QR code versus not having it increases response rates? That's some research that I would love to do and haven't yet seen anywhere. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to present that to you all in a few years. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to having questions at the end of the session time.
Great, Casey, thanks so much. Even without significance testing, those look like pretty impressive results. So just to confirm, you're only sending out paper letters?
So in this initial recruitment, there's only paper. And then in subsequent topical surveys, we use SMS and email that they provided us in the initial recruitment. Yeah.
I can't imagine that anybody at all typed that code over, but I guess if they don't have a cell
Well, still
phone, they're
about
not fluent with
30% managed to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, more power to them. Okay, thanks, Casey. And now we have one more presentation from Gauri Dave and Neha Kshatriya from RTI International. And they're going to tell us about their experience testing web surveys for accessibility, challenges and solutions. So that's Gauri, right? Go ahead and
Yes.
take it away.
Yes. Thank you, Dave. All right, let me know if you see my screen.
Yep, looks like you're good to go.
All right. Thank you so much, team. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this presentation, Testing Web Surveys for Accessibility, which I will be co-presenting with my colleague, Neha Kshatriya. Before I get started, I would like to thank my co-authors, Anwar Muhammad and Alnisa Berry, who helped me with this presentation. So what is a web accessibility? In a broad sense, it means making a website and its content accessible to everyone, including people with disabilities. What is Section 508? It is a federal law which mandates that all electronic and information technology developed and used by the federal government are equally accessible to the public, those with and without disabilities. This includes web surveys. Why is accessibility important? Inclusive web survey means everyone gets to participate and can receive the same information. It is not only ethical, but also a sound business practice. It could be a legal obligation too, and violating it can result in a loss of funding. It enhances usability and may provide a more intuitive user experience for users, with or without disabilities. Some of the examples include using the keyboard to navigate when the mouse is not working, providing captions for videos, especially in places like airports or restaurants. They are more likely to attract a wider audience of potential users. So who is impacted by these requirements? Functional disability types vary, but the most common types are visual, people who are blind, have low vision or color blindness, auditory or hearing, people who are deaf or have difficulty hearing, cognitive, people with learning disabilities like ADHD, physical or mobility, someone who is unable to use a mouse, has slow response time, or has limited motor skills. To understand the severity, let's look at some statistics here. As per CDC, 1 in 5 Americans have some kind of disability, with about half of them considered to be severely disabled. Testing for FIRED compliance could have its own challenges. Like there are 61 criteria under the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG requirements. These requirements are technical and complex to understand for testers and developers too. Building accessibility into the development process will need dedicated technical and financial resources. Testers must be able to identify potential compliance issues. And without proper testing skills and experience, organizations risk releasing products that do not meet compliance standards. There are many requirements under Section 5 compliance. Not all of them may apply to a website. Today, we will just discuss a few: keyboard accessibility and form requirements, shown here in red. So let's start with the focus visible requirement, which states that a visible indication of focus is provided when the focus is on the interface components, including drop-down menus, checkboxes, radio buttons, or form fields. So why it is important? It provides a visual cue on interactive elements. So keyboard users could visually determine which element to interact at any point in time. In the example here, all the text boxes have a dark border that blocks the focus indicator. When the focus is on a text box, it will not be clear or obvious as to which text box has the focus. This will fail as it does not meet the definition of a visible focus indicator. In this example here, the drug field 1 text box has a keyboard focus with a distinct solid visible line. The focus is clearly indicated and visible, so that's why it is compliant. In this example, all the fields have a solid thin line. When there is a keyboard focus, the focus indicator is shown with a dotted line and it is clearly visible. So that's why it is also compliant. I'm at the end of set of my slides and I would like to turn it over to my colleague Nyashatriya for rest of this presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Can you go to the next slide, Lois? Thank you. Thank you, Gauri. Hello, everyone. The next requirement in keyboard focus is focus order. As per the definition, the navigation order of focusable elements must be logical and intuitive. This requirement is important for everyone with or without disabilities who want to enter or access the information using a web page. Users benefit from logical focus order. Otherwise, it could be very confusing if focus goes to unexpected content on the web page. Let's take a look at non-compliant example here. In this example, when you start tabbing through this web page, the focus first goes to first name and then goes in a vertical order to address 1, then city, email, last name, address 2, and so forth. This sequence doesn't make any sense, right? Here, focus order does not have a logical flow, and that makes it non-compliant. So here is the same example that is compliant. If the tab order was changed to be more logical, it would make more sense. First, the focus goes to the name fields, first name and last name, followed by the address fields, address 1, address 2, city, state, zip, and then the contact information, email and phone number. Another requirement is the change notify form, which tells the web page provides notification of each form related change in content. Why this is important? The web page should provide sufficient notification and description of any changes that may occur as a result of interaction with a form. For example, notification was displayed, content was removed or added, etc. Users should be notified to expect this change through various methods like a pop-up messages. So here, this is a login page to access the ABC Health Survey. The user is prompted to enter their username and passcode, along with choosing the appropriate language. There is no other information provided to instruct the users. In this case, the user attempts to log in without entering the username and passcode fields. The page returned an error message for the missing data. Well, it seems to be an acceptable and expected system response. Now, you may be wondering why this system behavior does not meet accessibility requirements. The reason this is non-compliant because there was no indication that an error would result before it happened. The survey did not provide notification of the change in context. One way to make this login page compliant is to provide sufficient description about the change event by displaying clear and concise instructions to inform the user that the username and passcode are required. You can notice that a required fields text was added at the top and placed a visual indicator, a red asterisk, next to each required field label. This will act to inform the user that this login data is required, and if not populated, an error is most likely to occur. Let's look at another example for the date field. The user must select a date using a calendar picker tool to ensure that the date is captured in the correct format. However, there is no non-visual indications or text that a calendar picker is available. When the user taps to the date field and hit enter, it opens a calendar to pick a date. This field is programmed to read date of the last visit to clinic. If a visually disabled person is using an assistive technology tools, it will only announce date of the last visit to clinic, which is not sufficient description of the change. It does not inform the user that a calendar picker will appear on the screen when interacting with the date field. So that makes it non-compliant. So how can you make this page compliant? By providing a sufficient description of the change for the field to be clear and more concise. For the same example, if the field is programmed with the name, date of the last visit to clinic, opens calendar, this is a sufficient description of the change. With assistive technology tools, we'll announce this field with the description. So that makes it compliant. Our last requirement is error prevention. For web pages that require the user to submit information, user must have an option to check input data for correction and review the information before finalizing the submission. So why is this important? Preventing errors in the first place is better than monitoring data to detect errors. There are ways of preventing input data from being wrong in the first place. For example, validating any input fields such as age, address components, ensuring that all required fields are populated with valid values before a record can be created. Error prevention provides safeguards against errors that are made by users. Providing users the option to review and correct information allows users to detect mistakes before making submissions. In this example, the user has input some data incorrectly to receive an incentive. In this case, users are forced to submit their details without a confirmation or edit option. Here, the user has an option to edit or correct the information by clicking on the Edit Contact Information button. Clicking on that button takes the user to a screen where they can edit or correct the contact information. Once the information is corrected, the user can submit the survey with the right data. So to conclude, FIRED compliance is not a choice. but a law that requires all federal electronic content to be made accessible for everyone, including people with disabilities. It eliminates barriers to information and communication technology. People with disabilities are able to use existing and emerging technology to perform their job and can take advantage of new opportunities. The WCAG requirements explain how to make web content accessible. By meeting the accessibility requirements, you contribute to making the survey more inclusive for all users. Web surveys with accessibility are essential in data collection and critical in formulating government programs, policies, and decision making. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending.
Great, great, Gary and Nia, thanks so much for your informative presentation.
Thank you.
This is especially important. I feel like as somebody who's known quite a few people with various kinds of impairments and such, like it's very important that we take account for that kind of invisible layer of burden for people, and build tools that work as well for them as they do for anybody who has adequate sight and all the rest.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so now we have some time left for Q&A. I do want to thank all of our presenters for being very efficient with their time. We got a bit of a late start, but everybody else gave their presentations within the time limit. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand and Greg will unmute you so you can ask it verbally, or you can put your question in the chat. Well, while we're waiting, Catherine, I had a question for you. I know that data review is a big part of data collection for especially for business surveys, where there's somebody you could follow up with, and they are very used to getting calls from Census Bureau staff with questions about the data they reported. And you mentioned that you got good feedback from the respondents using that tool. Do you have any sense of like, do you have a 100% resolution rate? Like the problems that you take back to them, are they all generally able to be resolved, or do you ever run into issues where there just isn't a good answer? Like,
yes, I wish we had 100%. We don't. we have a very high percentage. We have some folks who just obviously don't respond. Of course, HERD because HERD has such a high response rate and so much engagement with the community. It's usually, I'm always shocked the number of responses that we get back, like in 3 days or something like that, of our initial email. So yes, there certainly are some that we don't get great answers to, and we do have to make those decisions. But for the most part, things that look particularly questionable do get resolved. Again, as I mentioned, the schools are just as invested as getting their data correct and posted as we are.
It's nice to have a collection where the respondents are motivated and there's something in it for them.
Indeed.
Do you ever take their follow-up responses or any of that information to use as like footnotes in the publications?
Yes, in extreme cases, we certainly have had, and it's not, although I would say in most of those cases, the issue did not first appear as part of the data review. It was something that the institutions had reached out to us either about very large mergers or closures or things along those nature. And 9 times out of 10, if not higher, they have already reached out to NCSES, and there have already been conversations. So yes,
nice.
There was. So we knew that was coming.
Like heads up, this number is going to change a lot. And
yes. The school is going to jump up in the ratings by 25 spaces or something. So that does get incorporated, and certainly we do bounce into it when we get to the reviews. We're like, oh yeah, there it is. The giant increase you guys warned us about.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
Hi, Dave. I think that Carl Ramirez had a question. I missed the unmute there, but it's in the chat if
Okay.
folks want to take a look at that. And then Mara Spiegelman has a question when you're ready for her verbally.
Mara, why don't you go ahead and I will try to find Greg's, or excuse me, Carl's question.
Brave and talking. So this is for Casey. That is astonishing that so many people use the QR code. I wonder if part of that is because the URL was not super appealing to type in, as someone else noted. But I'm also wondering what the QR linked to. I apologize if you said that. Did it bring them right into the survey? Did it take them to a login page where they had to type in a user ID or do any other type of action at that point?
Yes, we suspect the unfriendly URL is probably related, and we would like to do some research on that shortly to see if we can adjust the rate of using it with just like a simpler URL that's easier to type in. But yes, I believe I failed to say what page ticks you to. Whether you type in the URL or you scan the QR code, it goes to the exact same page, which is the first screen of the Qualtrics instrument. But they do have to type in the PIN that's printed in the letter, regardless of whether they scan the QR code or if they type the URL. So it would be the same. There would be a sort of a gatekeeper page where you would have to enter something from the letter itself in order to access the instrument. So thanks for asking.
Thanks, Mara. And so Carl Ramirez had put a question in the chat, and it looks like Camille already answered that, but I wonder, Camille, would you mind saying a little bit more about Carl's question and your response?
Sure, happy to. So Carl asked about our approach to new researchers that are outside of our immediate team. Do we offer to manage their projects for them, or do we invest in training to make them Qualtrics users, maybe depending on their likely first use? So because we are a small team, we have so many people who have a research need at GSA, we typically do like an initial triage conversation. We like to say, we'll talk to anybody for 30 minutes. So we have like an initial triage conversation to identify like what is their research need? Is a survey the most appropriate tool, or is something else a more appropriate tool? If it's the something else, we'll work with them to identify the new methodology. We try to take a do with, do for, empower to do alone approach. So we'll maybe start by doing something with them, observe them, then conducting that research themselves and provide feedback, and then send them off to do it on their own. For surveys, if they have a good use case for a survey, we'll assign a license to our enterprise platform, which is Qualtrics. We have a new user orientation process that walks them through sort of like just the quick basics of like, here's where everything is in the platform. Here's some of like the regulatory things you should be aware of. And then here's what the approval process looks like. And then we have weekly office hour sessions that any of our users can drop into to ask questions. They can also ask us directly. And then we have like sort of ad hoc trainings that we do once or twice a year on new functionality or new approaches in our governance process.
That's very cool. It's instead of just giving away the fish, you're teaching people to catch their own fish. I think at the Census Bureau, we have gotten into, and Carl too over at GAO, having enterprise licenses that can be assigned out. And so we're a few steps behind you all in terms of figuring out, I think, like the process of maybe not the managing of the licenses, but at least helping people become users of Qualtrics and to conduct their own studies. I don't know, Casey, do you want to say a little bit about maybe the user group that you have?
Yeah, sure. Great opportunity. So if you are a federal user of Qualtrics, we do have a federal Qualtrics user group. We meet about once a quarter. Usually someone in that space presents something they're doing with Qualtrics. It's usually very sort of preliminary, and we're just trying to figure it out together. And then there's usually agency updates so everyone can hear what's going on in different places, wherever they may be on the Qualtrics use continuum of still trying to get licenses versus actively doing lots of research in Qualtrics. I'll go ahead and I have to look up the URL, but I'll type here in the chat for everyone if you would like to join. We have a listserv that we use to communicate that anyone who's in the federal space is permitted to join, and we'd love to see you at our next session, which I believe we're planning for July, but I haven't sent out the invites yet. So thanks for giving me the chance to talk about that, Dave.
Thanks, Casey. Any other questions from the audience? I think we're probably a little past time, but I don't mind sticking around for a few minutes if we have any more questions. Or our panelists yourselves, do you want to ask each other? Does anybody have any questions about each other's presentations? Please feel free to jump in. Well, I feel like I've got a question for Clayton, and it's mainly because I was in econ when some of the early research for like write-in analysis was going on. And I wonder, like you mentioned, that some NAPS codes can be pretty complex. Either they're too specific or they're too vague, or I don't know. Is there any interesting challenges that you've seen, sort of like on the level of a respondent trying to use the system in terms of what that looks like from the user side?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of, I'll say, quirks about the NAPS system that I think are particularly challenging for respondents. I guess the first thing is the Census Bureau makes a distinction between the so-called collection version of the NAPS codes and then the trilateral versions of the NAPS codes. So we collect the collection version of the NAPS codes, but they have to be tied back to the trilateral version. So depending on what sort of, this makes it more difficult, I think, for some respondents, because if you're trying to look up NAPS codes on an external source, you're probably looking at that trilateral system instead of at the collection codes. So then translating them back into collection codes can be challenging.
So to be clear, so the U.S. and Canada and Mexico have
that's
trilateral, like the formal codes that
right.
permit analysis. And so it sounds like some respondents will go looking for information and they'll come across that on the internet or something.
Right. I think even if you go to some places on the Census Bureau website, the NAPS list you find there is in the trilateral system, and they do map one-to-one. The most detailed trilateral codes map one-to-one to our NAPS codes that we're collecting. It's just the numbers themselves are totally different. It's not like an added digit.
Okay, that's very interesting. It gets back to the respondent motivation.
Right.
It could backfire just a little bit. Okay, well, it looks like we've exhausted the questions from the audience, and I'm actually starting to feel the hunger pains. So I could keep chatting with you all day, but I got to give my own talk here in an hour and change. So I'd like to ask everybody to give a virtual round of applause to our presenters today. It was a very interesting session and a lot of good presentations. So we really appreciate you taking part in the conference.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the next most interesting session will be the one on improving response rates at 1:15. So I invite you all to join that one, but the other ones are probably okay too.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This session is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now I'd like to turn the session over to Doug Williams. Doug, you may begin.
Great, thank you very much. So welcome everyone. Good afternoon. You are in session 2B, which is going to be on improving response rates to surveys. We have 4 great presentations this afternoon. Each presenter will have about 18 minutes for their presentation, and we'll hold any questions or answers until the end. That way we'll ensure that everyone has enough time to cover the presentations. The first presentation we're going to start with is from Peter Lavelle. Peter, if you want to go ahead and start sharing your slides so we can get that started up. Peter and Zhu both work for the MITRE Corporation, a nonprofit organization operating research and development centers for the federal government. Peter has over 20 years of experience designing and developing both digital and tabletop serious games in support of research and education for a wide variety of government agencies. Zhu is a technical expert on environment and analytics with 8 years of experience supporting information systems, working on topics of national import in the communications technology space. With that, Peter, I'll turn it over to you and go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doug. Yeah, so we're here today to talk to you guys a little bit about some research we did looking at using a serious game to help collect census data. And so I guess the first question is, why would we do this? I imagine many of you are familiar with this, but census non-response rates have actually been rising over the years, right? And this is an issue that's important to try to resolve because we want to try to get as accurate information as possible, right? So we were looking at trying to see if we used a game instead of just using a typical kind of survey format, if we could get better information, more information, higher response rate, and better answers to questions if we did that. And so really what this is doing, using a game is really targeting the hard to persuade population, right? And so, there's a lot of different people that fall under kind of the hard to count population, but the hard to persuade is one subgroup of that. And typically, these are people who are receiving the census and then just choose not to fill it out. And that could be for any number of reasons. One common reason is distrust in how their information is going to be used by the government. Another one is that they just don't see why they should fill out the census. It seems like a waste of time. Maybe it doesn't take a lot of time, but they don't see what the value is. And another reason is just because they might get confused. And this is one, there's multiple different ways to try to hammer that down, but we thought that a game could help potentially with all 3 of these different reasons why some folks choose not to fill out the census, even though they receive it. All right, so here's some of the reasons why we decided to use a game. First off, games are effective education tools. This has been shown plenty of times in research. They have been shown to alleviate distrust, and can also can be used to help convey value, right? Because games can be used as an educational tool, so we can educate about how the data is going to be used, and we can educate, both from a trust perspective as well as a value perspective. We can use kind of tutorial style inputs to help alleviate confusion. So games have long had to deal with this situation, right? Where you have to teach players how to play a game while they're playing. We've kind of thrown away instruction booklets a long time ago. Most games don't have instruction booklets nowadays. You can learn while you're playing the game. And so we can kind of leverage those systems that exist in games to try to help educate people again about like how to play the game, how to fill out their information in the best way. Games have been shown to reduce stress and anxiety, so that's another thing to kind of help get people past barriers they might have to filling out the census. And games also provide motivation, right? So there's, if you're kind of like, why bother? It seems like a waste of time. Maybe this is something that just gives you that little extra, okay, well, I want to see the end of the game, so I'm going to go ahead and try to play through it. And they also have immersion. So that's a big part of why we use serious games for lots of different reasons, for lots of different purposes, is the immersion. And so the immersion is great because it helps keep them focused on the task, right? So like, you've got multiple different senses being focused on this one experience of playing a game. We have sound in the game, we have animation in the game. So you've got lots of different things going on. So your brain is really focused on the game and filling out the information in the game, and you're less likely to be distracted by other things. So this is what the game looked like. So I'll just kind of walk through some of the different components of the screen here. So up at the very top, you can kind of see this progress bar. And so this kept track of how far along they were in the survey. So they basically had a built-in progress bar, but it also was a time slider. So they could click on this and they could slide back and go back in time whenever they wanted. And so this game, the whole premise of this game is that you are lost in this kind of time space vortex and you have to try to escape. And the only way you can escape is by remembering who you are, because your brain is kind of foggy after you got trapped in this time space vortex. So you need to remember who you are, and you're going to do that by answering the census questions. And you can see kind of over on the left-hand side here, we've got the way home. You can't really see it very well here because this is early on in the game. But there's a little door in a tree there, and it's covered with fog. And so as you answer questions, the more questions you fill in, the more the fog lifts. If you get to the end of the game and you haven't answered all the questions, then you actually don't get home. And so again, we actually indicate, I don't have it in this screenshot, but like we show a little red, these little white progress points are actually red if they have an unanswered question there, so they can scroll back and answer the question if they want to go ahead and try to finish the game. They can end the game without finishing it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly fine for them to do that, but we give them the option. Do you want to go back in time and fill in some of these answers that you missed? So it's just another point of motivation to try to get them to fill out more. In the center of the screen, we basically have the story. So they're going through and they're kind of going through that experience I talked about. This is kind of a few stages in, so we've already skipped past several stages of the story. And you basically, so you've got the story part in purple here, and then in red, you actually have the actual question. And this is the same exact question that we were modeling this off of the 2020 census. I think some of the questions were slightly modified, but they're pretty much exactly the same as what was in the 2020 from what we could tell. And then our other tool is using the exact same questions as this. So the two tools use the exact same questions. This background here, it does have animation. So you've kind of got swirling stuff going on here. You've got this little vortex of people. It's a little disturbing. This particular animation is a little disturbing, but the reason I included it is because one of the things that is known is that people forget babies when they're reporting the census. And so what we're doing is we've got this little time oracle, and the time oracle tells you lots of different things as you're going through the game. So one thing he does is he tries to tell you how your information is used, how it can't be, given away somewhere else. It's protected. So it talks about how it's protected. It talks about how it's used for things like funding at the state level. But then it also has little things like this where he's trying to remind you, oh, don't forget to count babies. And you also have that kind of visual reminder of that little vortex of people who's like flying through this time-space continuum. And then at the bottom, of course, we've got our inputs that allow us to go ahead and respond to the question that's being asked. So what we did is we emulated what an online survey looks like. We did all this offline for protection of data, but we emulated what an online survey would look like. And this was, again, basically kind of a ripoff of what the 2020 online survey looked like. And we went through and they have all the exact same questions, the exact same responses. There is kind of this mouse over thing here where you can mouse over to get more information, which does tell you not to forget babies along with other information. And this was all stuff that was taken from, that online experience in 2020. So we tried to make it look and feel as much as possible like an actual online experience, but it's all emulated in Excel. And all the buttons and everything work, so you can move back and forth, and it gives you that same look and feel. All right, so now what we did is we took the game and we took the survey. We identified hard to count neighborhoods using the 2020 census map, and if folks aren't familiar with that, I have that later on, a link to it later on, but that gave us kind of our areas of, okay, this is where we think there's people who are hard to count. Not everyone in those neighborhoods is hard to count, but we think there's a good number of them. And so this will, allow us to kind of run our experiment. We went into community centers in these locations that we identified as hard to count, and we conducted guerrilla recruiting. of participants in those centers. So we had recruiting scripts. Our only requirements for the participants were that they could read English fluently and that they were 18 or older. So we didn't want to include any minors. And because our tools were done in English, we really needed people to be able to read in English. We did give a $10 gift certificate, gift card, Amazon gift card for them to participate as thanks for their time. We then, once they signed the consent forms, we randomly assigned them into one of those two treatments, either the game or that online emulation. And then again, everything we did was really around protecting PII because we wanted to make sure that we weren't scaring people away who we wanted in the study, right? We wanted to get those hard to persuade people to come in and do the study. And then we wanted to see, okay, now you're going to have to enter PII in the study. Are you going to actually do it? So what we did after collecting, the whole day's worth of data on that same day, our facilitators went in and they wiped, they de-anonymized the data, de-fied the data. So we went through and we did scoring basically on the same day. We went through and looked at some of the different response rates that included PII, such as names or phone numbers. And we basically just identified, was this a valid response? Was it partially valid? Like, they had like the first 5 digits or something like that, or was it, or they had their first name but not their last name? Was it suspect, like they put in something like Mickey Mouse, or is it just completely invalid? And so there was a judgment call that was made, but we had very specific criteria for them to go through and do that scoring to update the data. Then we wiped the original data, and when we brought back the data to MITRE, we had a package that was just the just that de-identified data. And so that was good and bad. So I think we were successful at protecting people's PII. On the negative side, we did have an error from one of our facilitators. And so we lost some of our data. So you can see here, when I'm showing the results, you're going to see in most of the results, it shows 46 samples for the game and 31 for the survey. We actually had 46 responses for both of them, but we lost 15 of the surveys for part of a good chunk of the data for 15 of the surveys. We only maintained a small chunk of the data due to a transcription copying pasting error. So that was unfortunate, but we still felt like this was enough data to give us information. Our statistician had suggested early on that we should be looking at calculating p-values in clumps. So as I'm going through and I'm sharing these results with you, you're going to see a single p-value for each clump of data. And so it's basically, he calculated the p-value for those 3 answers in combination. And so there were a few questions we were looking to try to answer. One of them, for instance, was, would they provide valuable information about the home itself, right? Which seems like the least sensitive. So this is one we expected they probably will answer most of the time. And we did see that. We did see that they, a significantly larger portion answered in the game than did in the survey. Another thing we're looking about is the next question we asked is, okay, what about information about yourself? So when you're answering personal information about yourself, maybe a little bit more sensitive than home, but again, we had significantly higher response rates in the game than we did in the survey. And then the next question was, okay, what about if we're asking about other people in the home, right? Because people might be less comfortable offering up information about somebody else, right? Who they might be like, does that person really want me to share this information? And there are lower response rates as we would expect, but once again, there are significantly higher response rates in the game than in the survey. And you'll notice these sample sizes start to go down here because some of the people who responded to the survey were living by themselves, right? So there was no other person that they were reporting on. Another thing we wanted to see is kind of throughput. So how many people, if they put in there 3 people in the home or 5 people in the home, how many people got to that last question and actually filled out information and versus bailed? And once again, we did see more people finish in the game than in the survey, but not a significant, not a statistically significant difference here. And then the last thing we were kind of wondering is if that time oracle would help with some of those questions. In particular, we were looking at that kind of people in the household. If you remember that screen with the baby, the babies and the other people in the vortex, that's just a little scary there. We wanted to kind of see, okay, does that, do more people respond after going through that experience where they have the time oracle reminding them, they got the animated visuals, and we actually had a significantly larger number of people mark, oh yeah, you know what, I forgot somebody when they got to that screen when they played the game than when they went through the survey. So that gave us some confidence that the game experience was successful in getting to that result and reminding them of people that they might have forgotten. And then this just the last thing I was going to leave you guys with. This was, we did collect a lot of kind of just feedback from people. So after they went through, we had collected all our data. We did get we did after action surveys with them and just asked for their feedback. And then they also talked with our facilitators about their experience. And so this was one particularly nice quote that we captured from one person. They said they preferred the game to filling out the census. It kept them engaged, and they admitted that they were one of the people that census has to go visit because they never fill it out, and so they always have census folks coming and knocking at their door. So that's just one person, but we did have several people make comments like that they would fill out their census if it was in the game format. Again, this is just a fairly small sample. You can see we had about 100 people total who we were running this with. So this is, I wouldn't draw any strong conclusions from this, but I do think that this shows that there's a lot of potential behind using something like a game to collect data, and I think it should be encouraging that we should do further research in this area. And that's what I got.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. You want to go ahead and stop sharing? We'll move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter up is Dave Tuttle. You want to go ahead and share your screen, Dave?
Yep. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes. We see you're not yet in presenter mode while you're doing that.
Yeah, no, I just the WebEx window now went away, but I guess I don't need that for now.
Perfect. All right. Dave is a survey methodologist at the Census Bureau. For over 20 plus years, Dave has conducted research to support many different economic and population surveys and censuses. And he confesses that he finds establishment surveys to be the most interesting. So I'm with you there, Dave. They are the most interesting. With that, why don't you go ahead and get started?
All right. Thanks a lot, Doug. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk about some kind of early exploratory research we've done in looking to develop a new kind of response mode for residents of group quarters, making a web questionnaire available to them, which would require assistance from the gatekeepers of the organizations that provide their housing. So let me provide a little background here. If you're not familiar, group quarters are a type of kind of residential structure. And structures where people live are very important at the Census Bureau. And group quarters are places where people live or stay in kind of a group living arrangement, and the living space and maybe some other services are provided by an organization. So there's a wide range of different types of GQs, everything from university student housing to military barracks, housing for workers provided by employers, and just all kinds of different things, monasteries. And so some of the residents of some types of group quarters are sampled by some of the Census Bureau surveys, and they're all enumerated by the decennial census. And over the years, we have implemented different methods for collecting their data. In-person interviews, self-administered paper questionnaires. We'll even accept proxy response provided by administrators of the organizations that where these people are living, based on information from records. Try to maximize the options available to them to make it as easy as possible. So this new idea came up, and I want to acknowledge it's not my idea. There's a lot of smart people who are, have been thinking about this problem. I just got lucky enough to bring the good news today. So the question is, can we create an option for the residents of these kinds of places to use an electronic questionnaire to respond? And, I think anybody in this virtual room would see the obvious benefits. It's a convenient way for people to provide their information using a web questionnaire. It'll have hopefully result in improved efficiency of operations and reducing the cost of data collections. And also, sometimes when proxy responses are provided by organizations, they don't necessarily have all of the information we're looking for. So hopefully this would let us collect more complete responses as well by going directly to the residents. And so the challenge I'm going to talk about with this new idea today is that we would have to coordinate with the administrators of these group quarters to facilitate their residents' access to the web instrument. So how would it work? So the residents would, like any typical survey today, they would receive an email invitation containing an active link and a login ID that they could take that directly into the instrument and use that ID to log in. So for administrators, we would provide a couple of options. So they could either give us, that is the Census Bureau, their residents' contact information, and we can email them directly. Or if that's not an option for whatever reason, then they could create and distribute the emails to residents with the login information themselves. And we envisioned the system that they could use to work with these options. We call that an administrator dashboard, and we'll look at some pieces of this. In this study, this is a small usability study. Only talked to 7 group quarters administrators from a few different types, including a monk. A very cool interview. A bit of a feather in my cap there, I have to say. It was partly a usability interview to get feedback on from potential users on what this system could look like, using static, non-functioning images of screens. That's what wireframes are. So that, by the time we start building a prototype, then we've already got some feedback on the layout, the workflow, and things like that, and see if there's any other functionality that we did not anticipate that users might want. But also getting kind of just feedback from group quarters administrators on this whole concept of coordinating with them to send emails to their residents, asking them to complete a questionnaire. Just kind of the first part of the interview was kind of an open-ended question. And I'll start by, so these are kind of the 2 parts of my talk, the questions that I'll try to answer today. First, I'll talk about the group quarters administrators' opinions about this concept of using email contacts to their residents to complete a web questionnaire. And then I will talk about the administrators' opinions about the task that they themselves would be asked to perform in this dashboard system, and how they would carry them out. So the first part, with their opinions about the concept, most thought it sounded like a good idea, and they saw advantages. They thought it would be easy for residents to respond to an email, especially if there was a link in it. Some recognize that it could improve the quality of the data that we're able to collect. Some with younger residents noted that younger people are comfortable with online forms. They're more likely to respond to an email if there's a link. And as this one administrator said, their email address is something simple to provide, and if they can click on a link and go to it, it'll definitely be easiest for them and for himself as well, in terms of providing the contact information. And one interesting finding was that most or all of the administrators, again, a small number, but they generally had experience with conducting surveys of their residents. And they had ideas about optimal strategies and some, they anticipated some challenges. They talked about ways that they could communicate with residents through various channels, both like email and various in-person, kind of channels to motivate their residents to respond and to provide assistance as needed. And they also noted that it would be good to be able to identify the people who had not responded so they could send targeted follow-up reminders. So for example, one person said, I would send out an email and say, hey, the Census Bureau is going to send you an email with a survey, and we would like 100% completion because by doing so, you provide resources to our community. And then another person noted that she would want to engage with folks who work directly with students. I think she was referring to like residence life type people, following up with students individually so it's more personable and not just an email from somebody they've never heard from. So right off the bat, it was really interesting to hear that people would, take it on themselves to some degree to, help with the communications and getting people to complete the questionnaire. With larger universities, they have some particular challenges that these administrators pointed out. For one, university students' contact information is protected by a law called FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. What they call directory information is some basic information that a university could provide on behalf of a student, or it's publicly available, so to speak. And one administrator noted that their students are given the option to have confidential records. So it's possible she would not be able to give us the full list of the residents. And another university administrator pointed out that around a quarter of their students had opted out of sharing this kind of information. So right there's a limitation on at least us contacting those students directly. Now, as far as the administrators themselves taking on option 2 and coordinating the sending the emails and follow-ups and things like that, it depends on the workload. This person said they like the idea. It might be easier to let students complete their own forms, but there may be more follow-up that needs to be done, so it might just be more efficient and easier for me to provide all the data. And we're happy to continue to provide all those options because people have to make these kinds of choices when it comes to burden. So next, I will talk about what administrators said and thought about the things that we would be asking them to do and how they would go about doing it. So again, the two options, either they could provide us with the contact information and we would email residents directly, or the GQ administrators would create the emails and distribute them themselves. So with option 1, they would be able to use either a web-based spreadsheet or an Excel template to provide contact information for their residents to the Census Bureau, and they could, either enter it directly into the interface or upload the information using a template like this. And as far as providing residents' contact information, aside from the universities, those larger universities, most of the administrators we spoke to had no concerns about sharing residents' information. They thought, we're a federal agency, we have an appropriate purpose, and people generally thought it was appropriate to share that information for us to contact their residents directly. And generally, it would be easy to provide. They have contact information in a database or maybe in an existing spreadsheet, and it would be very easy to, as this person said, create a report in Access that they can download, they can they can export it into Excel and then just copy it over into our format and upload it. Sounds pretty easy. So if somebody selected step 2, where they're going to distribute the login IDs, then they would have to download an Excel spreadsheet containing that information. And half of the spreadsheet would be left blank so that they could populate it with their residents' names and email addresses and thereby assign login IDs, and also use this spreadsheet to to process the distribution of emails, which I'll get to in a second. And once they had all of the IDs and they had their spreadsheet populated, then they could download an email template from the dashboard. And then using spreadsheet template, they could populate it with unique login IDs in emails going to specific individuals and then send them out. And so maybe not everybody could quote populate the emails because some people actually described a manual process for creating the emails, whereas more people mentioned that they had automated methods that I'll talk about, either using the mail merge function in Microsoft Word or some kind of an in-house email system. So the people that talked about creating emails manually, it's doable, but as this person said, if I'm doing it 300 times because his facility has 300 residents, I'm spending a week doing this instead of running the place. It gets complicated, especially with the more emails he's going to have to send. And I still think there's room for errors, even with cutting and pasting. There's a lot that I'm doing that I could very easily make a mistake on. So concerns about burden and possible errors with the manual process. With Microsoft Word mail merge, it's a lot more straightforward. This person said, I would do it in Word and use the merge wizard. You already have a sample instruction letter and also reminder letters written. So that part you'd save time on. So you just copy and paste into a Word document. That is, take our template paste, put it in a Word document, and then add these fields so that the Microsoft Word could populate this with the specific information, and then away they go. Or some places, especially universities, have some pretty sophisticated systems that they use to communicate with students. A couple of the names I heard were StarRes and Salesforce. So for example, this person says, we have StarRes, they, meaning the housing department, use it to manage housing contracts. She could query the system for a list of residents by residence hall, and then also send the emails through that. So a much more straightforward process, even than mail merge. And then this template, people said, like, for example, this is pretty easy to automate out of. We've got our login IDs, our resident name, and the targeted email address. So I've got everything I need to generate an email. Again, using one of the kind of in-house mail distribution systems, but it worked very similarly, I think, to Microsoft Word in terms of the information that would be required. So one last thing I'll show you is what we call the report dashboard that administrators, if they chose option 1 or 2, they could use this to monitor response rates for specific GQs. And here we've got kind of the rows indicate a list of fictitious residence halls at XYZ University, which conveniently is just down the street from the Census Bureau headquarters. So they could monitor response rates by structure. And for administrators who chose option 2, they could click on the links in this column and obtain lists of names of people who had responded and use those names to identify those who had not responded and who would need some email reminders. And just as an aside, everything's above board here. To use this system, these people would have to take an oath of non-disclosure because we would be showing them confidential information, even if it's just the names of the people that live in their residence who had completed the census. That information is still protected by law, so they would be sworn to utter secrecy for life to maintain the confidentiality of their own information. And people, people got what this dashboard was about. They like that, it would help them, monitor completion rates. It would help them get the participation rates up to 100%. They could see that they could click on the links and get a list of names of people who have responded and how they would use that information. So it seemed like a pretty straightforward screen, even being something so drafty at an early stage of development. So in order to identify non-respondents, most people said that they would take their original list, that original template that they populated with all of the names of their residents, and then they would take the newer list of respondents in, both in Excel and compare them, just kind of using native Excel functionality. This person said it would be pretty easy if you had 2 Excel files. You could use the compare function, though you'd have to be aware that Excel can do that, which is something that we take note of, because if it's something easy that people can do on their own, but they don't know about it, it's in our interest to let them know. But administrators also pointed out that it would be easier if they had the list of non-respondents rather than those who responded, because if we give them the list of names, then they have to use a process of elimination. It'll take a couple of steps to identify the people that that they need to follow up with. But we don't know who those people are because they haven't given us their names, because they haven't responded. But one person also suggested if we at least provide the unused IDs, the login IDs, then they could use those. That would make it easier in kind of a one-step process instead of a 2-step process. So some really easy things that we can incorporate if we move forward with this system. So just to sum up, this small study, it's not the only one we've done, but this one also supports the development of this self-response option for GQ residents that would rely on coordination by the administrators. Most administrators said that the residents' contact information could be shared with the Census Bureau, and it's easy to provide. For option 2, some administrators knew how to, do this kind of bulk email send with personalized emails, but some others might need guidance in using Microsoft Word, which fortunately is a pretty ubiquitous office tool, and along with Excel. We might need to provide some basic guidance about using those to automate some of these tasks. And then, as I mentioned, there were some concerns about burden and efficiency of using this GQ resident self-response option for larger places like universities, especially considering there may be some other options that are easier instead. So I welcome any questions or feedback. And wow, Doug, you were so generous with the time, and I even managed to go way over, so I apologize for that.
You went over by 30 seconds, but I saw you were nearing the
end, good.
So I was tolerant of it, but don't let it happen again, Dave.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Dave.
Help me stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and stop sharing that.
I can't, because this window just went away. Can the admin help me?
Sure, I will take that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Greg. The next up is Jack Zhao. Jack, if you want to go ahead and start sharing your screen, make sure everything's working okay.
Can everybody see my slides?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, let me try again.
We don't see slides. There you go. Your slides are up now. Okay. Jack is a senior data scientist at Westat. He has a PhD in epidemiology and biostatistics. He specializes in data-driven solutions to complex problems. With that, Jack, if you want to go ahead and take over.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. And hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. So the project I'm going to present today is a collaboration project between the data science team at Westat and the survey practice team. So we're trying to use clustering methods to analyze pair data, and we hope the results can help us inform some survey designs and the interview strategies. A brief introduction before we start. The motivation we are doing this project is we found out the cost of data collection, especially for sample survey, is now on the rise. And the reason behind those is the survey response rates continue to decline, despite that we have more contact mode options. So decades ago, we only have in-person contact, then we have a telephone. Now we can also use text and email. But despite all of those options emerges, the response rate is declining instead of increasing. So the challenge of control the cost of data collection is to identify cost and time efficient ways to increase the likelihood of getting a response or getting a complete interview. The good news is that there are a lot of pair data becomes more and more available. So pair data from sample survey contains a vast amount of information on when and how the sample persons or households are contacted, and the outcome of each contact attempt, and also how we contacted them. So the question is, can analysis of pair data helps to inform contact strategies and create efficiencies? It is still challenging because it is often unclear how to best analyze pair data, because pair data often have complex data structures, such as time dependencies and multivariable clustering. So there are some related works that try to answer the similar questions using pair data. So for example, some previous studies using pair data to do some exploratory studies. They use pair data to try to group households with similar contact history and outcomes together. And another example of using pair data is to develop a propensity modeling from pair data that predicts the response likelihood. And another example is some studies using pair data to identify the optimal timing for reaching out to surveys. So those studies have some fruitful results. In our study, we will particularly focus on the first topic, to group households together using pair data. So the goal of our study is, the goal of this exploratory study is to understand which contact mode sequence will result in better outcome, like true contact, positive contact, or complete interview, and how the household or respondents characteristics such as age and household size play a role. So what we did is, in this project, is we use pair data from a longitudinal survey, and we combine the features extracted from pair data and the household and the respondents characteristics. We use those features to develop the unsupervised learning methods that can help us automatically identify distinct groups of households based on their contact history and other characteristics. And we also used data visualization techniques to help us gain insights from those unsupervised learning methods. So that's the goal of our study. So the data we used comes from a large-scale survey called the Medical Expenditure Panel Survey, aka MAPS. MAPS is a widely utilized national representative survey that's designed to explore the healthcare utilization and expenditure patterns within the United States. And it was conducted by WestEd as the request of our client, Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. The data we use for this project is the pair data from spring 2022, round 1. And this round, we include we contact about 10,000 households, and we have 61% of them completed the interview, and the total number of contact attempts is about 84,000. For our analysis, we only include about 9,400 households. The rest of households were excluded because they have an unusually large number of contacts. So our survey practice team has concerns that their contact was not reported correctly. So only those 9,400 households were included for the analysis. So the first step of our study is to extract some features from pair data and household data. So we extracted two kinds of features. One is called the pair data features, which include the final outcome of each household, whether they complete or has an incomplete at the end. And for each household, we also include the contact mode rate. So each household, for each contact, we might contact them in person, telephone, mail, text, or email. So for each household, how much percentage of those contact mode we use is another feature. True contact rate is for each household, for the total of contact, how much percent of them are true contact, means we really get in touch to someone. And also the total number of contacts for each household represents the kind of like the contact length. And we also include the number of days between the first and last contact, and also the appointment time for the contact sequence, if there's any appointment time. And we also include some household and individual characteristics, for example, age, sex, and the race of the respondent, which is represented as reference person in the dataset. And we also include the household size, the language used to do the interview, and the region of the households. So before we conduct any unsupervised learning analysis, we first did some basic exploratory analysis for our dataset. Here, I'm showing you the distribution of number of contacts for all the households stratified by those households that are complete and with complete and incomplete. And the distribution is shown by box plot. If you're not familiar with box plot, the left hand of the figure is giving you an instruction about how to read the box plot. So basically a box plot showing you what is the medium range of the group, what is the medium number of the group, upper quartile, lower quartile, maximum, and minimum. So when we look at those two box plots, the households who are complete at the end, represented by the green box plot, shows a lower number of contacts as compared to the incomplete households, which is represented by the red box plot. For example, we can see for the complete households, we have a medium number of contacts that is about 4. And for the incomplete households, we have a medium number of contacts that is about 8 or 9. Also, if we visualize the true contact rate, we can see those households who completed has a higher proportion of true contact as compared to those households who ends up with incomplete. We also did an exploratory analysis to visualize the contact sequence of each household, which is shown on the left side of the figure. So for the left side of the figure, each horizontal line in the figure represents a contact sequence for one household. And the y-axis here represents a unique ID for each household. So we have 9,400 households. So the ID starts from 0 and goes all the way to 9,400. So the x-axis is the contact attempt of each household. So each household will start with the first contact, and some households ends, some households has second contact, some households go all the way to about 30 contact. So you can see different households have different contact lengths. And this figure is also, the color is coded according to the contact mode and the final outcome of each contact sequence. So we have in-person contact that is represented by blue, and it's also stratified by true or false contact, which is the light blue and the dark blue. So true contact basically means we knock on their door and we get somebody answer the door. False contact is nobody's answered the door. We also have yellow represent telephone contact, and it again is stratified by true and false contact. So did somebody ever pick up the telephone? We also have text contact as black, email contact as orange, and the mail contact as purple. For those 3 contacts, it's pretty hard to validate whether it's a true or false contact. So each one of them only has 1 color. And also for each household, we have a final outcome. Red means the household ends up with an incomplete, and the green means the households end up with a complete, means we get a complete interview. So on the right side of the figure, I'm showing you some examples to help you read the figure. For example, this sequence here represents the first example. For these households, the first contact is an in-person and a true contact. And the second contact is a telephone and a true contact, light yellow. And after 2 contacts, for these households, we get a complete interview. Another example is household number 3. We can see for sequence number 3, we have 2 in-person true contact, and it ends up with a red. Means for these households, we end up with an incomplete. So for some reason, after 2 contacts, we give up. So those some examples can help you understand the overall figure. So if we go back to the overall households, we can see that there are some obvious patterns. For example, on the lower contact sequence side, households who have contact number less than 10, we see more green at the end than red. Means for those households who have less than 10 contact, we tend to end up in complete. And after the contact length exceeds 10, we can see we have more red at the end, and then green means if for those households who have more than 10 contacts, we end up in an incomplete rather than complete. And if we are seeing the color, we can see we see more blue than any other colors, means we have more in-person contact, which makes sense because this is a round one. We tend to start with in-person, and in total we have about 59% of in-person contact. So this is a visualization of the household contact sequence. As you can see, we can see some patterns, but when we visualize it for the old households, it's still a little bit busy. So that motivates us to do a analysis called clustering analysis. So clustering analysis, the goal of this kind of analysis is to group a set of objects, aka households in this study, in a way that those households in the same group are more similar to each other than those in other groups. So, so the next step is we used the features that we extracted from paradata and households and we use that features as an input, and we feed it into algorithms called k-means clustering algorithms. And these algorithms, based on the feature we input, can help us automatically group the households based on how similar they are from the features, which is a very powerful algorithm. So after we run the k-means clustering algorithms, the algorithms automatically group the households into 5 different clusters. And now here I'm visualizing the sequence of different clustering. We can see that we see different colors, different outcomes, and different lengths. For the first cluster, we can see it's a very happy cluster because they tend to end up in green, means they end up incomplete. And they also have a short contact sequence. We can see most of them, we have no more than 5 contacts. So very efficient and a very good outcome. The second cluster the algorithm help us identify is another pretty happy cluster because most of them ends up in green, means most of them ends up incomplete. And here we see a little bit more other colors, particularly black. So means these clusters represent a successful cluster, but with more text contact. Next, we go to cluster 4. So cluster 4 is kind of like a happy cluster because we can see for most of them, we end up in red, means we end up in incomplete. And also those households have very long contact sequence. Most of them has a sequence length longer than 10, means most of them we contacted at least 10 times. So for households in this cluster, we tried a lot of efforts, a lot of time to contact them, but eventually we end up with a incomplete. So it's a time-consuming and unhappy cluster. Cluster number 5 is also a large cluster, takes 28% of the total households. So it's also kind of like an unhappy cluster, which tend to end up in incomplete. And we can see this cluster has a lot of blue, particularly dark blue, means we used a lot of in-person for those cluster of households, and most of them are false contact, means we knocked the door and we didn't get anybody. So this kind of represents a cluster that is unhappy but costly, because in-person is the most costly methods to contact. So cluster number 3 here is another small incomplete cluster, and we see some colors like pink and orange, means this represents a cluster that we use mail and email more. So we can see that the clustering algorithms give us automatically help us find some interesting clusters. And next, I will show you some interesting summary statistics for each cluster. So in these slides on the left side, I'm showing you the proportion of complete within each cluster. So basically, the highest bar represents 100% of the households in each cluster, and the higher the red part means it has a higher proportion of incomplete. So for this figure, we can say cluster 1 and 2, the two success clusters, have much higher complete portion compared to cluster 3, 4, and 5. And this result is also statistically significant. So when we visualize the number of contacts using box plot, we can say cluster 1 has the shortest number of contact sequence, means it has the least number of contact. And the cluster 4 has a much longer contact sequence compared to the other clusters. So cluster 5 and cluster 2 and 3 has similar length of sequence, but cluster 5, due to is mostly using in person, is very costly. And again, 3, 4, and 5 tends to end up with incomplete, and 1 and 2 ends up with complete. If we visualize the contact rate of each cluster, we will find that cluster 2 has the highest proportion of text contact, which makes it a complete and a text cluster. Cluster 3 has the highest proportion of mail and email contact, because it has the highest orange and pink bar here compared to other cluster, so which makes it a text and mail but incomplete cluster. And for cluster 4, we can see it has the highest yellow bar, means it has the highest proportion of telephone contact, but remember it is also very unhappy and time consuming. So cluster 5 has the highest proportion of in-person contact, but it ends up with incomplete. So that's why it's a costly and an unhappy cluster. So as we can see, the clustering algorithms, again, can help us identify those clusters that have unique contact patterns and the final outcome. So when we compare the demographic factors for each clusters, we also find, for example, cluster 2 and 4 demonstrated a significantly younger age as reference person as compared to other 4 clusters. And cluster 2 and 4, when we compared the number of households, also had a significantly larger households as compared to the other 4 group of clusters. But remember, cluster 2 ends up with complete, and the cluster 4 tends to end up with incomplete. They have similar demographic distribution, but their unique contact mode seems to be different. So maybe there's some valuable things that we can mine to transfer households from cluster 4 to cluster 2, which means to make them complete. So finally, interesting things is cluster 1 has, yes.
I apologize, Jack, you're well over time. If you want to, I know you have a number of slides to go. If you want to spend 1 minute just to wrap it up so we can make sure everyone has enough time to present.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the reminding. So in conclusion, our method help us identify distinct clusters with unique communicating patterns and outcomes, which is also have unique demographic factors. And so our next step is to further explore those clusters to see if the result can inform survey management and the interview strategies. And we have some other future works for the analysis, for example, model the contact information sequence, or include the interview features, and also build machine learning methods like decision trees to predict the true contact or complete. So that's all the results I want to show. Thank you, everyone, and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Jack. And I certainly apologize for that interruption. I know you had a lot of good information you wanted to share there. If you want to go ahead and stop sharing. And then Jess, if you want to start sharing yours.
Sounds good.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, so our last presenter is Jess Wong. She is a data scientist at the Census Bureau based out of San Francisco, California. Lucky you. Working on the business development staff in the Economic Reimbursable Surveys Division. Do you want to go ahead and take over, Jess?
Awesome. Thanks, Doug. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And so cool to see.
Your volume's a little low, Jess. I don't know. It's coming in and out.
Is it any better now?
Yes, it's great. It's great now.
Okay, I will continue to project. Thanks for the shout out, Doug.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. So yeah, how to start? I guess it was awesome to see the other presenters, and it's an honor to be at this conference. Jess, I'm a data scientist here at Census, and I'd love to show you some of the work we've been doing to try to improve survey response rates. Our approach has been to build this tool to automatically mine contact information, and today's presentation is a case study on this specific survey called the Quarterly Survey of Plant Capacity Utilization, or QPC. Just some disclaimers: the views of this presentation are not those. This product has been reviewed for avoidance protection by our DRV. What is the QPC? So this survey is the only source of quarterly statistics on plant capacity, which is valuable to the Federal Reserve Board to understand by industry and over time changes to plant capacity utilization. And this number is also valuable to the Defense Logistics Agency for understanding what extra
Jess, we're losing your volume again.
Oh, okay.
You're coming in and out, and I tried to overlook most of it, but we're losing a lot.
Okay. I wonder if this is a function of me softening my voice. So I'm gonna focus on continuing to project. Is it better now in this as I'm speaking?
It's absolutely fine now. It's absolutely fine now. Yeah.
If I may, Doug, it sounds like, Jess, maybe when you move or something, maybe there's a short in your cord. So if we get you in one spot, and I don't know, be mindful of whatever's going on with your cord, maybe.
Okay, sure, that sounds good. Thank you for letting me know. Please continue to interrupt me as it is as I go in and out. Okay, awesome. So the QPC survey is not immune to declining response rates, which has impacts downstream in non-response bias and data quality. So the focus of this presentation is try to improve these response rates. And our story starts in 2022 Q1, where the QPC response rate was 36%. So 1 in 3 businesses responded to our survey. A group of businesses that had a particularly low response rate of 1 in 100 businesses was this subset of businesses for which QPC did not have email contact information, which represented 1 in 4 sampled businesses. We'll focus in on this subgroup of businesses, and we'll try to answer this question of, can we do better than a 1.6% response rate? To lay out some context, the QPC communication strategy is as follows, where businesses receive a physical letter and an email notification that the survey has opened. They receive a reminder email, a robocall, and a follow-up email with a very limited amount of analyst telephone follow-up. So you can see here that email is pretty important for our contact strategy, and a business that for which we do not have emails will only receive a physical letter and a robocall. To further underscore the importance of emails in the QPC survey, I want to introduce you to this thing I call the survey funnel. So on the left side of the screen, we have also sampled businesses, and we funnel into the businesses that actually provide a quality response. Oh, I realize I shouldn't move because of this mic. So you can imagine an ideal world, all sampled businesses end up providing a quality response, but the reality is only 1 in 3 businesses provide a quality response. And that drop off from 100% to 36% predominantly happens as businesses register in the online portal. That is to say, if we see, for businesses that we see registering in the online portal, if we see a business register in the online portal, the majority of those businesses go on to check in and provide a quality response, but the vast majority of the drop-off happens in registering in the online portal at all. So in order to try to improve response rates, we can kind of try to target getting businesses to register online. And we, in particular, at QPC, offer 2 direct methods to do this. One is the physical letter has a link for which the business contact can open a browser, type the link into the browser, and click enter, and the contact contact participant will also receive an email with a link to the portal, which represents the slightly lower friction method of registering in the online portal. And you can imagine for those 1 in 4 businesses for which we do not have contacts, they do not have access to this low friction approach to registration. Hopefully this lays the foundation for why emails are related to response rates. And the first goal of this project was a proof of concept to see if we mine for more contact information, can we increase QPC response rates? So within this project goal, we start with where can we find business email contact information? Well, as it turns out, QPC is just one survey for businesses within the Census Bureau, amongst other surveys like the annual survey of manufacturers or the annual business survey. And within this broader context at Census, there are a couple challenges for gathering emails and selecting emails on behalf of the QPC. 2 such challenges are: 1, contact information can be siloed across survey-specific databases across the organization, and 2, as much as each survey can have a good email contact, it's not always clear which is the most relevant to QPC. For example, one survey may have an accountant, another survey may have a person at headquarters, another survey may have a plant manager as the contact information. And the most relevant one to QPC will probably be the plant manager that has the information needed to fill out the QPC survey. So amidst these 2 challenges of data silos and finding the most promising contact information, lots of folks of Census have chipped away at these challenges. Namely, this project is very much built on the shoulders of giants, and some heroes don't wear capes. And here's some of the progress made in the direction of these challenges. Namely, a team at Census led by Stephen Cox has collected contact information updates from lots of different surveys. I love the smiley face, Steve. And put them in a centralized location inside the business register. The QPC staff themselves have manually searched through hundreds of different emails in order to search for missing contact information for businesses sampled in the QPC. And they've manually decided what the most promising and relevant email might be, based on things like contact title, like we're talking plant manager versus accountant, based on recency, based on the comparability of the survey source, and lots of different things. And then their results are really helpful in future stat periods of the survey. If we dig deeper into how helpful, the QPC staff found 450 additional emails for 450 businesses. And in the context of the sampling frame, this represents a 6.7 percentage point increase in the percentage of businesses that do have emails. Additionally, we do see an effect on response rates for these businesses affected by this intervention. So here in this graph, you'll see response rates on the y-axis as a function of time on the x-axis, where we have pre-intervention and post-intervention, Q1 and Q2 2022. See, group 1 is these 450 businesses that now have new emails as a result of this intervention, and we see this 6.7% increase in response rate. And we can try to find a very imperfect comparison point of group 2 to get some sense of what variance might be normal, where group 2 is defined as the 1,100 businesses without contact information in 2022 Q1 who were not affected by the intervention. And we see for those folks, a 1.5% increase in response rates. Overall, these results suggest that mining contact information from surveys across Census Bureau could be a powerful tool for increasing response rates. At this stage of our project, some barriers to continued usage within QPC and beyond is these manual efforts are quite time and effort intensive, and as a result, not very scalable. This brings me to the next piece of our project and a potential solution to these barriers, which is automation. So the second goal of our project was to develop a tool to automate this contact mining and try to replicate some of these manual efforts. Step back a little bit, some of the promise of automation is to save manual work and time, potentially have a more systematic and less error-prone approach, and scale to lots of businesses and other surveys beyond QPC. One of the challenges of automation is this open question of, can we replicate these manual processes of mining contact information? I'll show you the approach that we took, and I'd love to hear your feedback and ideas about how to build a good automated tool. In order to address trying to replicate these manual efforts, we opted for simplicity by using ranked preferences of things like recency of contact information, and then within that, the survey comparability to the QPC, and prioritizing establishments over enterprises, or the quality of the contact information entry, amongst other things. Some other things we considered when we were designing this tool is we wanted it to be inexpensive, so we programmed in open source Python over SAS when possible. We wanted it to be easy to use, so we integrated it into the existing analyst environment called Steps 2. We wanted to produce reasonable outcomes, so we built in lots of sanity checks. We wanted to be highly visible, so we generated lots of outputs so analysts knew exactly what the tool was doing at each step, and we wanted it, most importantly, to be effective, to replicate the decision-making of the analyst. So in order to evaluate the effectiveness of this, at least the effectiveness of this tool, we went back in time to 2022 Q1 before the intervention and took snippets of QPC contact information and census contact information, and then we applied our automated tool to the snippet of time, and then wanted to compare and contrast the emails uncovered by both the manual method and the automated method. So you can imagine, ideally, if we visualize the businesses for which we found new emails for the manual method, and visualize the businesses with emails found by the automated method, there would be perfect overlap of exactly what businesses were affected by the tools and exactly what emails were found and chosen for each of those businesses. The reality is slightly different from the ideal, but still quite promising. So notably, of the 470, based on rounded disclosure, businesses for which we found emails in the manual method, 450 of those businesses were also affected by the automated method. And within that 450, the automated method exactly chose the same thing as the manual method in 400 of those businesses, showing 91% overlap. These two statistics suggest to me that the automated method is promising in replicating the manual method. That being said, the automated method also found these 150 extra emails for 150 extra businesses. And when we look back at those emails, they were validated by survey staff as promising. And this kind of extra email piece is some indication of this ongoing challenge that it's not easy to translate this human process into an automated program, and it's worthwhile to continue to monitor and iterate over the outputs of this manual tool. Overall, it's conveyed that this automated contact mining seems promising in replicating manual efforts to mine emails across census, and we'll continue to iterate on this tool in order to try to achieve this promise of accurate, systematic, inexpensive, and scalable tools. We're currently in this implementation challenge of trying to figure out how often to mine contact information and use this tool within QPC. Just to sum up what we've done in this project presented so far, we have shown that that finding emails for businesses could be this powerful tool to increase response rates. We've built an automated tool for finding emails that seems to effectively replicate manual efforts. And at this stage, there are so many questions and things to explore next, such as what I mentioned about how often to use this tool, such as user testing in order to make this tool user-friendly, and just broadly thinking about what surveys could benefit from this work and how we can approach and strategize around contact strategy in the census, given so many resources that are potentially siloed across different surveys. Importantly, this work stands on the shoulders of giants. There are so many people to thank, and some of them are listed on the screen here. I deeply appreciate all of your help. And that is it for this presentation. I'm very eager to hear thoughts and questions, and I put my email up there for any thoughts and feedback and future contacts. So stop sharing and pass it back to Doug.
Great. Thank you very much, Jess. Your volume was fine after that last bit. I think it went out just for a minor moment once. Otherwise, it was great. So whatever stillness you did worked out well. So with that, let's give one additional round of applause to all our presenters. I know doing this virtually for FedCASIC has been the standard for 3 or 4 years now, but it does pose its own challenges. If anyone has questions, please feel free to put them in the chat, and we can go ahead and start the Q&A session now. While we wait for our attendees to type out their questions, I figured I could start with mine, so you have to suffer with those first. My first question is for Peter. So Peter, with the game versus the survey, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about anything you learned with terms of length. Obviously you would think there's more to read, there's more to interact with, and it might be a more pleasant experience. But do you have any empirical measures of how much longer the game version was over just the survey version?
Yeah, so we didn't take measures. It definitely was longer. It took people longer to play the game. I think the benefit of the game was enough that people were willing to play the game for longer, right? So even though the survey might have only taken half as much time, people got tired of it and bailed earlier. So I guess I know there's the whole I forgot what it's called, but the reduction of burden, right? That you need to be concerned with. But I don't think anyone would suggest that the game should be the only method of collecting data. What we're really looking at is if there are alternate methods, right? Maybe you come up with several different methods of doing data collection, and this is an option for people. We think that actually a lot of people would choose to use the game, and you might reach people who otherwise wouldn't fill out the census.
Interesting. So I don't see any questions, so you guys will continue to suffer with mine. One follow-up on that. I know you only had a small group of individuals, but did you see any differences in terms of preference or how much they liked it by sex or by age? I can imagine, youth are probably more interested in the game than, someone significantly older.
I don't know if that's true. And I mean, actually, what's unknown, not generally known to a lot of folks, there's actually more female game players than there are male game players in the world in general. And actually, there's a lot of elderly game players. And so those are kind of stereotypes that have been around for a long time, that, game players are young men. And that's not really true. And I don't think that we saw that in the data. That's not a particular aspect that we looked at closely. One of the challenges that we had is, because we didn't want to scare people off, so we wanted to make sure that we got the people who are hard to count. actually participating. We didn't want to scare them off and do self-selection by asking a lot of demographic questions up front. And so we didn't do any demographic collection outside of the game and census, the game and survey, itself. And then, of course, within those, some people didn't answer. So we don't have 100% complete information on, what those were. But yeah, I mean, we did do the surveys afterwards. It got feedback from folks, and I think that's pretty much across the board. I know, is Sway, are you online still? I think we might have lost her. That's unfortunate. So Sway was one of our facilitators. She probably have a better answer than I did because I wasn't actually there while they were collecting data.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, looks like we do have one question. Again, this one will be, looks like for you, Peter. For the game, can you give some measure of the cost of creating it in dollars or the number of staff or time? Maybe, for example, relative to a normal survey development.
So, I mean, the game itself, I think we spent about 3 months of one staff total. So 3 staff months to put the game together. It may have been less than that, but we've made games like this a lot, so we're just kind of reusing the tools that we already have. But yeah, like 2 to 3 staff months, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And then Dave, so one question for you. I know for group quarters, it's standard practice to use administrators or facilitators of the group quarters to try and distribute this information. When you create a dashboard or some sort of electronic method where they can then monitor this, did you do anything or do you have any plans to check with group quarters members on how they feel about someone that's now able to track them? I mean, even though you could make them designated agents or swear them to confidentiality for life, are there any perceptions of having this sort of additional person that can monitor whether or not I respond when I didn't want to respond in the first place, perhaps?
That's a good question. And given the feedback that we got, maybe it's not a given that that's how the instrument would actually work, in that it would provide names. I think in general, though, our thinking is that these gatekeepers are already kind of trusted people just by dint of being part of their the organization, where these people are going to school or whatever, whatever type of group quarters is. So I suspect it's not. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if we, did get some pushback on that. But if it's just a name, I don't imagine that they would be much concerned, about them knowing that there was a response.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to jump to Jess. So I guess Jess, one question. I mean, as you went through, you kept entering my questions. So great job on that. But one that left outstanding is that the response rate was really, really low. And so you have these emails for some proportion of them, and then you're using these automated methods to try and get additional emails. Did you look at did you look at what you had versus what you got to see if there were differences in response there, that maybe that method of finding emails might work better than the emails you already have?
Oh, I love that research question. I think it hits at, do we have the right emails in the first place?
Exactly.
I think it's a great question, and I'm not totally sure how to answer it without running an experiment per se. But that being said, we do have lots of staff expertise, and I'm sure we can compare and contrast what our automated tool finds and proposes to what we currently have, and ask analysts to take a look to see if the tool finds something that might be more promising. I really like that idea. More to come, I guess.
Okay. Well, maybe it's something we'll see at FedCASIC next year.
Heck yeah.
All right. And I just want to remind everyone, don't be shy. If you have a burning question, please feel free to put it in chat. We have a couple minutes left. With that, maybe I'll try and use them up. Jack, I'll try and ask you a question. I apologize for having to cut you off there in the end. And I saw in the discussion. So you did a lot to look at the paradata and cluster these various groups. Have you actually had a chance to implement that? What you learned from it to see if it ended up in realizing increased efficiency, or is that still a stage yet to come?
That's a very good question. So I think we haven't really implemented it in real world interview. So we don't really those findings will really give us some useful when we do the interview. But what we are trying to do is currently we're using round 1 data. We are trying to see for those 5 clusters we identified, are they having the same behavior in round 2? So if they're having the same behavior means, or what they are doing in round 1 really works. If we in round 2, we tried something different by chance and it works. So then it means that, some changes that in round 2, it's really, will work, in the future if we do the future interviews. So that's a very good question.
Okay, well, we look forward to that work. Again, maybe that'll be a presentation for the next FedCASIC as well. With that, I have exhausted my questions and I don't see any other questions in chat. So maybe we'll just do one final round of applause and you guys will get a 2-minute extra long break before the next session. So thank you to all our presenters and thank you to all our attendees.
If I could just throw out real quick, Doug. So I kind of skipped my acknowledgement slides, but I do want to acknowledge a special appreciation to Georgetown Institute on Poverty and Inequality because they helped us in designing the study. So
absolutely. All right. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thanks, Doug. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg, Strother, everyone else.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This webinar is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the session over to Matt Virgil. Matt, you may begin.
Thanks, Greg. All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining our session. My name is Matt Virgil, and I'm the moderator of the session titled Innovations in Field Operations. I've worked at the Census Bureau for 15 years as a mathematical statistician, and I currently work in the Office of Survey and Census Analytics, OSCA, in the Field Directorate. Previously, I worked in the Research and Methodology Directorate and in the Decennial Directorate. As mentioned, at this time, all attendees are in listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the chat feature, which is at the bottom center or the right side of your WebEx screen. Please take a moment to locate that now. After all presentations, we'll have time for questions and answers. You can either submit questions via chat to everyone, selecting everyone if that isn't already the default, or you can raise your hand to ask questions orally. I will call on you and you'll be unmuted. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. If technical issues persist, you can contact FedCASIC at census.gov. And that whole last part said, I'm just going to put that in the chat as well. Right, so we have 4 presenters today, including myself. I'll be presenting last of the 4 of us. Our first presenter, Jake Sofronoff, is the resident survey methodologist at the Institute of Museum and Library Services, IMLS. He was primarily brought to the agency to develop a survey of the nation's museums a little less than 3 years ago, and he holds both an MSR and an MPA from back-to-back National Men's Collegiate Basketball Champions of the World, UConn, his words. Prior to joining IMLS, Jake held roles designing and leading complex domestic and international Gen Pop and establishment surveys at YouGov, Peace Corps, and U.S. Postal Service OIG. Right, Jake, you can go ahead and you can turn on your camera as well.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking my collaborators, Irene Ong and Matt Sweeney from the American Institutes of Research, and to provide the standard disclaimer that I am solely responsible for the content of this presentation. The opinions expressed are mine and do not represent the views of IMLS, AIR, or any other organization. So to start, my agency is IMLS, who I imagine that many of you may not have heard of before. In short, we're one of America's cultural agencies, along with the NEA and NEH, and are the primary federal funders for the nation's museums and libraries. As a part of that work, we collect some of the nation's foundational data on those institutions. In the interest of time, I'm going to gloss over a lot of the project history, but to give some context, IMLS has long sought to answer the museum sector's call for a reputable, statistically valid national survey of museums. IMLS had worked to overcome the technical challenges involved in running a museum survey for more than a decade, but hadn't been able to get into the field until we successfully piloted the National Museum Survey, or NMS, over the summer of 2023. If you're interested to learn more about the full scope of what we did, including the 7 field experiments we ran, I recommend taking a look at the pilot summary report and webinar linked here. And for more detail on our developing the project's population frame, please look out for a full report coming later this year that will include a lot of detail that I needed to sacrifice here for time. The most important thing to know is that despite extensive searches, no off-the-shelf population frame exists that suits IMLS's purposes, due both to the inclusive way that IMLS defines the term museum, and because the resources available are largely either opt-in or insufficiently detailed to be useful. As a result, past IMLS researchers tried to build a frame from scratch by employing web scraping techniques mixed with data aggregated from other available resources. But aggregating all of these sources led to several structural issues with the final products that were produced. First, and most prominently, attempting to assemble the frame from varied resources led to serious GIGO, or garbage in, garbage out issues, ultimately leading to myriad road level quality issues. Next, and relatedly, culling the data from a wide range of resources led to serious duplication issues that proved to be very difficult to chase down across the set of tens of thousands of institutions. Finally, tying units to scrape data relies on each unit having a web presence, which naturally misses units that have physical locations but no website. As a result of these flaws, OMB did not approve these previous frames for running a national survey of museums. Based in large part on what had been learned through reviewing IMLS's previous efforts, we decided that we should take a phone book approach this time, where we started with a single, reliable source to serve as the frame's foundation. We wanted our phone book to be based on physical locations to try and capture museums without an online presence, and also to help ensure that museums who might be hard to find since they're embedded within larger institutions, like government or academic museums, were included in the frame. We also wanted to be sure that we had good physical location data for any solicitations that we might want to send in the mail. And we wanted the phone book we selected to be independently and actively curated, and to at least include sufficient information to allow us to track down any additional data we needed to append to the frame from other resources. This search ended with IMLS using Yelp as its museum phone book. Since Yelp doesn't provide email addresses in its data, we also appended a limited subset of rows with contact information where it was available from the reputable commercial resource OMD. This slide shows an example of where we were starting and what we needed to do to get to our final population frame. Now, IMLS uses a very inclusive definition of the term museum that includes institutions with living collections like zoos, arboretums, and botanical gardens. But when getting the data from Yelp, we needed to specify which categories of entities we would want to retrieve. And unfortunately, since Yelp's definition of a museum differs from IMLS's definition, we had to cast a wide net in terms of which Yelp categories we would start with. This meant that we had our work cut out for us, pulling needles from our large starting haystack. So to summarize the work we needed to do based on our starting point, first, we needed to identify and remove tens of thousands of non-museums. Next, we needed to classify each row into our NMS taxonomy of disciplines In other words, assign a specific museum type like art museum, history museum, or science center to each row. In addition, since the data came without email addresses, and since this was going to be an online survey with mail and phone experiments, we needed to acquire and append missing or outdated contact information from other resources. This slide summarizes the different approaches that the population frame team used to complete this work, but I'm going to skim over it both in the interest of time and because you've probably heard it before, and most likely you're here for the AI and crowdsourcing stuff. But just so you know, we did do all of these. Here's a very quick summary. We tried to create data models to, for example, determine which entities were and were not true museums, but we didn't have enough ancillary data in the set to create a working model. And we had a class imbalance issue where we had many less true museums in the frame than non-museums. We also did some basic keyword searching to be sure that we didn't later unintentionally remove any museums with obvious words in their names, like, for example, the word museum. And we used data matching to help with deduping and to align the outside resources with which we augmented the Yelp data. We also tried to use manual coding, but it would have taken literally almost 1.5 years to go through all of our rows, given the 8 coders we had available to us. Finally, we used web scraping by having AIR's data scientists develop a web scraper with Python that could scrape each museum's URL for email addresses. While some of the, While some of the methods I just mentioned yielded results, with time ticking away, we decided to turn to crowdsourcing for determining whether or not the units in our frame were museums. Amazon's Mechanical Turk, or MTurk, is a platform where discrete tasks are crowdsourced to a distributed human workforce, or MTurkers, who are paid upon completion of the tasks they take on, which are also known as human intelligence tasks, or HITs. Our childlike, dewy-eyed hope was that using MTurk would effectively be as simple as porting the procedures we had developed for our in-person reviewers onto a new platform. After some surprisingly substantial delays in setting up an account, we decided to run a test to see if the platform could help us with our data cleaning. To test whether the platform could be used to determine whether each row in our data set represented a museum or non-museum, we took a random set of 536 rows that had been reviewed by our live manual reviewers, of which half were known museums. We then compared the results from MTurk against the results from the in-person reviewers, and were very pleased with the results. Here you can see that the results were comparable, with the primary difference between MTurk and in-person cleaning being a lower level of unsure ratings among MTurkers. We split our frame into batches of 4,000 rows that we could gradually feed into the system, keeping an eye on the results along the way. Our first iteration of the MTurk hits, we fielded the first iteration of MTurk hits we fielded included 3 attention screeners to try and ensure that MTurkers were reading and understanding the instructions, which from working in the survey world, we all know no one reads. One of these questions had its answer embedded in the museum definition text, and the other 2 were about some of the more nuanced aspects of the definition. These questions would allow for quality control among MTurkers, whose data we could remove if they answered incorrectly. As we proceeded, however, we found issues. First, based on manual coders having evaluated more than 9,000 rows, we felt that the percentage of museums should be around or below 20%, but in our initial runs, the percentage of museums that was coming in was uncomfortably higher than that. A deeper look at the data found that a subset of MTurkers were burning through hits at an implausible speed, and that many were simply clicking all the way through the hit to collect their money, and by doing so, they were selecting the default option on the MTurk form, which was to identify the entity being evaluated as a museum. So we began to smell a rat, or in this case, a bunch of bots, which were something that I had dealt with extensively in my past work with online non-probability surveys. To check, we reran a sample of 500 records that the MTurkers had previously coded as museums and found that just 40% were re-identified as museums when reviewed by other MTurkers. As a result, we instituted a couple more changes to our screening criteria. First, we made it so that this is a museum was no longer the default answer choice. Then we also added an option that read, if you select this, you will be blocked, and decided to ban anyone who chose that option. Finally, we added criteria where those who had completed a high number of tasks with a suspiciously high museum screen-in rate would be banned from completing additional tasks. After the second iteration, we saw that some suspicious MTurkers seemed to be figuring out our criteria error. So my collaborator from AIR, Matt Sweeney, suggested that we add a simple open-ended math question as a screener, where those who got it wrong would be banned. Based on testing this additional screener, we felt much more comfortable with our new results, but also felt the need to rerun the more than 25,000 entities that had previously been identified as museums by the MTurkers. When we did that, we found that just 28% of the previously identified museums were now re-identified as museums. This made us feel like our hit refinements have been largely successful in removing the bogus MTurkers and their evaluated rows. We also took what we learned and decided to try and have MTurkers assign museum disciplines to units in our frame. Out of interest for time, I'll just note our higher level findings from this work, which were, first, that we tested screen layout and found that radio buttons and drop-down menus provided similar levels of quality. We decided to use the drop-down menus, but we thought the radio buttons could have worked just about as well. Next, we found that when we tried to have MTurkers assign all 15 of our NMS-based disciplines to each unit in the frame, the results weren't reliable, perhaps because the MTurkers were less sensitive to or less detail-oriented about the differences between disciplines than we would have liked. But when we grouped those disciplines into logical buckets, the results were more reliable. So we went with that approach while still implementing the other quality control hacks that we already discussed. While troubleshooting issues with MTurk, the population frame team also decided to test ChatGPT in case its use could speed up our data cleaning processes. Now, for those who have been completely out of touch with all media and civilization for the past several years, ChatGPT is, at a very high level, a form of AI that uses large language models to try and answer queries you ask of it based on the model's interpretation of publicly available data. It is being touted by some as the answer to all of the world's problems, and by others as the current or future cause of all of the world's problems. In our testing, we largely found the platform to be ineffective for our purposes. When we tried using ChatGPT to determine whether the units in our frame were or were not museums, we found that ChatGPT made incorrect assumptions about what a museum is and is not, and despite our best efforts to correct those assumptions, we kept finding that the platform was overriding the IMLS provided definition of the term in favor of ChatGPT's own definition of the word. We figured out that this definition issue was the problem by asking ChatGPT to describe why it had provided the answers it did, which proved to be a very valuable approach when working with the platform. We ran into a similar problem trying to have ChatGPT identify museum disciplines for the units in our frame. Comparing ChatGPT's discipline classifications across a sample of 3,600 museums to results against known museum disciplines found that the platform could successfully classify only the most ambiguous museums and not museums with similar names but different subject matter, or museums contained within another location, like museums contained inside of parks. Finally, we tried to use ChatGPT to append contact information to the frame and got mixed results. We found that the platform was quite good at finding URLs, but was ineffective at finding email addresses for the museums in our frame. The experience we had trying to employ ChatGPT for our purposes left me with several takeaways. First, the black box nature of the platform makes it hard to project which applications it might excel, or exactly when, why, or how it might fail. As a result, I was both interested in the platform's possibilities and extremely wary of its outputs. In order to cope with this artificial intelligence-based existential angst, I felt that any ChatGPT work moving forward would need to include extraordinarily specific query phrasing, that I would need to thoroughly check any outputs against known benchmarks and likely not proceed if benchmarks were not available. And I would need to iteratively, cognitively test every query by asking the platform how it came to the answer it did. Overall, I feel that the varied methods we employed to create the NMS population frame are best treated simply as tools, rather than, as they are often portrayed, answers to problems in and of themselves. When used in concert, however, they can certainly provide useful results that can accelerate processes to speeds far beyond traditional methods. For example, when combining mTurk, ChatGPT, and web scraping to append contact information to the frame, we were able to complete months' worth of work within a short period of time, with results that proved strong enough to complete IMLS's first ever pilot of the surveys of the nation's museums. And with that, I'll pass it over to the next presenter. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right, thanks so much, Jake. All right, next up, our second presenter is John Lombardi. John is a data scientist in the Economic Directorate at the U.S. Census Bureau. He's worked as a data scientist and statistician for 10 years and lives in Northern Colorado. And John, when you're ready, thank you.
Yep, sorry, yeah, actually, sorry, let me share my screen. So it sounds like you can hear me, which is good. Okay, is it in presenter mode? It looks like it. So thanks everyone. My name is John Lombardi. I'm gonna be talking about a process we did to automate contact lookup for telephone follow-up. I'm a data scientist at the U.S. Census Bureau, and I'll get started. So, right, we're all dealing with surveys, and so we know that getting contact information is a very important process to get responses from respondents. But getting high quality contact information, specifically, things like phone numbers, can be costly due to both the time it takes to, say, do research, and also, right, some of these surveys that we're dealing with are not just a couple hundred people, but maybe on the order of tens of thousands. So we're going to be able to demonstrate that phone number collection can be automated without compromising quality. So really the takeaway is, we can save both time and money via an automated phone collection process. So for the particular survey that, we did this on, this was for the economic census. It occurs every 5 years, most recently in 2022. And as the name implies, it collects information on economic data. So some breakdowns we can think of, right, like economic indicators by some sort of geographic strata or industry breakdowns. And, some of the things that we're collecting from the survey, things like how many employees does an establishment or company have, payroll, sales, that sort of thing. So we do have some, respondents that I wouldn't say maybe love to fill out their survey, but they do fill it out. And that isn't the case for all respondents, right? So there are going to be a number of ways that we can remind respondents to fill their survey out, things like email or mail, or say even like an advertisement or something. We're focused on phone calls. Kind of the nice thing with phone calls is you do have that, direct interaction with the respondent. And so as part of the economic census process, we do telephone follow-up, TFU for short. So this is, a respondent being called via a reminder to fill out their survey. And historically, clerks, people will use a search engine like Google to find a phone number if one is not available. So really the question that we sought out to answer was, can we automate this process of, looking up a phone number? The answer is yes. And what we're able to do is we have an existing project that is more focused on industry classification, but part of that project we do collecting phone numbers and other contact information from Google. So from a Google API. So we're able to leverage kind of existing code that collects some of this information. But some of the respondents we're dealing with here, these are people who are traditionally more difficult to get responses from. So right away we know that, we're not expecting necessarily like 100%, right? We're not expecting 100%, response rate after we call these respondents. So I mentioned, we're dealing with Google here. That's the API we chose to get this contact information from, phone numbers. And the specific API we use is the Google Maps API, which, if you're wanting to go to a restaurant or something like that, and you're typing Google Maps, whatever restaurant, that's ostensibly how this API works. So it acts a lot like Google Maps on your phone or computer. One nice thing is you can specify a geographical area. One kind of complication, I would say, with this API is there are a number of different ways that establishments get added to this. This is what appears to be mostly automatic, but also semi-automated process. So, Google does some stuff on their end, say in a particular area, and they figure out, oh, there's, say, a new business here or something like that, or maybe the contact information may have gotten updated, but business owners can also submit information or changes. So, right, you could think of you own a restaurant, and for a month you're going to have different hours, maybe during the summer. Then a business owner can make an account and say, hey, like I own the business. Here's how I want my Google Maps information to be updated. So right away we know there's going to be some kind of inherent biases with this API. So from Google's perspective, right, they're likely not treating every sort of business equally. So restaurants or retail, in some cases they may be. It's very crucial to their business to kind of have up-to-date information versus, say, like a mine, right? A restaurant or some retail establishment, they're going to really rely on having up-to-date information reflected on Google because people are finding information, like say when to shop via Google. So this API, this Google Maps API, it's used in a lot of other applications. So let's say someone wants to make an app that finds new restaurants in an area. That's sort of who Google is ostensibly developing this API for. Whereas what our interest in was a lot more broad, right? We're looking at the whole kind of economy, not just, say, retail. What our collection process looks like, right? So we're dealing with an API, so we have to provide some inputs to the API. So we search via the API, we get some results, and kind of like when you use Google search, you're going to get multiple results for a given search. Once we get some results, we're going to have really the piece of information we care about, phone number, but we also get other things like address and opening hours, that sort of stuff. We put that into a database, but we also get website from Google. So we can scrape a website kind of primarily because the API doesn't always have phone numbers. So we can also get other pieces of contact information like email addresses. And we're really following, like a robots.txt protocol for scraping. So again, we get information from the Google API. We get some more information from a website, so we kind of fill our database with that information. And for this effort, what we really care about is phone numbers, so we can do some QA/QC on those phone numbers, making sure that they're, say, valid US phone numbers. And then kind of, right, a deliverable would be, hey, we have some phone numbers, but we also have other business information that we could use at a later time. So what this process looks like, on the top part of this kind of graphic, business as usual, a clerk searches for a phone number. Then a clerk is going to attempt to call a respondent. And we can categorize this call attempt into successful or unsuccessful contact. We can think successful contact, well, contact was made or a reminder was made. So a human talked to another human, and right, they could verify, oh, this is the establishment I was hoping to contact, or a message was left, and maybe right on the voicemail, it's clear that this is the business you were trying to contact. An unsuccessful contact. So right, we know not just for humans, but also the Google API. Sometimes we're not going to have the best contact info, or in a lot of cases, right, the establishment could just be closed. So that's kind of our business as usual. Whereas on the second part of this graphic, you know, we can also automate one aspect of this, and that's instead of having a clerk search for a phone number, we can have, you know, via Python, via the Google API, we can get a phone number, you know, automatically. Then the rest of the process is still the same. You know, contact is attempted, and then we can categorize that contact into the successful or unsuccessful group. So what we started with is we searched for 160,000 cases, but we know, right, Google API not able to always provide a phone number. And luckily, we do have some contact information from previous efforts if the API could not find a phone number. So we started with 160K. The total number of phone numbers we could actually get is 136K. And that's really evenly split down the middle between what could we get from the Google API and what did we have from previous efforts. Of these 136K, 16K had no outbound call. So this happened due to a number of reasons. You know, in some cases, an inbound call occurred. So an establishment actually called and said, "Hey, you know, I'm gonna fill in my survey, or I have some questions." And then also there's a bit of a time gap between when a phone number was researched via the Google API or a clerk and when contact was actually attempted. So there are some cases when there is a check-in between case selection when it would have come up for calling. So we, again, have 160K cases. We ended up with 120K actual cases that we're going to attempt to call. And we break down between, you know, was a phone number via the API or existing contact information, but we really saw no difference in quality between phone numbers via the API or existing contact information. So we just combine this into what we call auto, short for automatic, moving forward. So kind of the meat of this talk really is this slide where we have 120K records, establishments that have one outbound call. So these are the cases where we have a phone number provided via auto or automated process. We have 130K records that have one outbound call that has a phone number via clerk research. So if we end up in clerk research if we couldn't find a phone number via the auto process. And really, our metric is, you know, how many of these calls ended up in the successful contact versus unsuccessful contact group. And we can see for the phone number provided via auto, that was about 54%, and it was about 57.5% via the clerk. So if the phone number came via, you know, API or previous contact information, an automated process, or if it came from a human, you know, searching for a phone number, in terms of, you know, successful contact, they're very close to one another. We also broke down the data a number of different ways, and we have different types of, I guess, categories for this economic census. So we have different types of surveys. So we can think of single units, so just one company, multi-units, company that has multiple establishments, and Puerto Rico for just another kind of subset. And we just saw that in terms of successful contact, these were very homogeneous between the different types of survey type. And when we're looking at, you know, why could we not successfully contact, right? We kind of know that not all the phone numbers we have are high quality. You know, at a high level, we saw that between the automated process and the humans looking up the phone number, for why was contact not successful, pretty similar breakdowns. We did see slightly higher closed establishments in the automated process. So some key takeaways. So automated contact collection provides some very similar, you know, successful contact to manual, so human clerk research. So 54% to 57.5% for the automated versus human group. And really what's, I guess, a little bit missing from some of the previous slides was how much money it actually cost. So there was a 98% cost reduction for contact research via the automated process. One nice thing about the Google API is it is charged on a per request basis, whereas other APIs, you kind of pay a flat fee annual subscription. So we were able to drastically reduce the cost, have similar success rates, and that kind of leads us to continuing to use this process of getting phone numbers and feeling confident that we have high quality phone numbers as well. So we're going to do continued contact research. There are other surveys that need to contact respondents, and there are other pieces of contact information, say email address, that we may try to extract from this information. So if there's any questions, here's my contact information, and thanks to Emily, Clayton, and Jason from Census for helping with this project extensively. And that's all I got. So I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, John. All right.
Thanks.
All right. Next, I will introduce Bridget. Our third presenter, Bridget Varian, is a lead research analyst at ICF with nearly 15 years of experience in the survey research industry. Bridget specializes in training, technical assistance, and data management, and is currently the project manager and training and technical assistance team lead for the SHIELD pilot study.
All right, there we go. Hi, everyone. So welcome. Today I am going to talk about the SHIELD study and some lessons learned from our integrated approach to training our partners. So these are the topics I'm going to cover today. I'm going to walk you through some background information on the study. And if you heard the presentation from our project director, Dave Rowe, earlier today, you may have already heard some of this background information earlier, but I'll quickly review it again for anyone who missed Dave's presentation. I'll also highlight some lessons learned around training, creating practice opportunities for recruiters, and discuss how shared participant perspectives from the recruitment process have helped adapt approaches to interviewer training, data collection, reporting, and quality control. So ICF was awarded the contract for the surveillance of HIV-related service barriers among individuals with early or late HIV diagnosis, or the SHIELD study, by CDC's Division of HIV Prevention, or DHP. And their mission is to rapidly detect, reduce transmission of, improve knowledge about, and prevent HIV infection, as well as to reduce HIV-related illness and death. And our goal for SHIELD is to understand recent and ongoing gaps in HIV prevention and testing to inform current and future programs and interventions. So participants for SHIELD were diagnosed with HIV very recently or within the past 24 months. They also are either in the very early stage of HIV infection, so stage 0, or at the very late stage of infection, so stage 3. Early stage diagnosis would suggest that testing efforts were successful, but prevention efforts were not. And late stage diagnosis indicates that both testing and diagnosis efforts were unsuccessful. So capturing this data is really important to help fill in those gaps in our understanding of this population. So SHIELD is a pilot study. So along with capturing this important data, we're also learning about our data collection approach and adjusting as we go. So the data collection process starts with recruitment at 4 state and local health departments. And our partners at the health departments have a cooperative agreement with CDC to review local data on individuals who are recently diagnosed with HIV, screen participants for eligibility and consent, and then register them for the SHIELD interview. And then at this point, they're eligible for a multimode interview that's conducted by ICF. The SHIELD interview is offered in English and Spanish, and participants have the option to choose their mode, either self-administered web interview or a telephone interview with ICF's call center. And then for telephone interviews, participants can either be immediately transferred to an ICF call center agent or schedule an appointment to complete the telephone interview later. So one unique challenge with this contract is that ICF cannot have any PII for SHIELD participants. So that means no names, addresses, phone numbers, emails, none of that is shared with ICF. Our health department partners do have access to this PII, which they use to recruit and follow up with participants. But ICF not having access to this PII is perhaps the biggest challenge we have logistically, and it shapes everything from our systems design to the way we think about sharing and passing information and how we train our partners. So no PII means that our interviewing call center provides inbound only calling capacity for both scheduled appointments and immediate phone transfers. No PII also means that our interviewers can't utilize any of the standard outbound non-response follow-up techniques like providing appointment reminders, follow-ups for missed appointments, resuming partial interviews, or refusal conversion calls. And because ICF can't follow up with participants directly, the transfer of information back to the health departments after the interview is a critical component of participant management. So if we don't have any PII, we need to have a system to track participants through the interview process. So ICF developed a centralized web-based technical solution that is used by the health department recruiters to register participants. We call this the registration system. The registration system assigns an anonymous case ID for each participant, captures some information for the interview, as well as participant preferences like the language and mode, or appointment information and reminder preferences. The registration system also allows the health department recruiters to share information with ICF to help facilitate the interview process. And it's where recruiters schedule appointments with ICF interviewers or see information on how participants can access the telephone or web survey. It also captures information from recruiter follow-up if a participant needs to reschedule an appointment, switch their interview mode, or document refusals. So since we don't have any contact information for SHIELD participants, we rely on the health department recruiters to do any participant follow-up. In addition to the registration system, we developed several reports for recruiters to see key information from the interviewing process. And we provide reports on all registered participants and their case history, reminders for recruiters to follow up on upcoming telephone appointments, web surveys, reports on potential non-respondents, so missed phone appointments, late web surveys, partial interviews, reports on participants who were not eligible and screened out of the survey, and also a report with the incentive information associated with each participant, so health department staff can reshare incentive codes with participants if needed. All right, so now that I've covered our system, let's talk about how we trained our partners at the health departments. So when developing any training, it's important to know your training audience, of course. So the attendees for this training are the recruitment staff and the team leads at the local health departments. And since the health departments manage their sample and recruit participants based on a cooperative agreement with CDC, we needed to focus our training on a technical understanding of the registration system and the reports. So we conducted a training webinar, but we also know that everyone has different learning styles. So in addition to the webinar, we provided written materials for trainees to review afterwards. And due to the sort of unique data collection process on SHIELD and our relationship with both CDC and the local health departments, it's important that our partners have not only a technical understanding of our systems, but also understand their role in the data collection process as a whole. So in addition to the technical information on our systems, we shared a summary of sort of the other half of the SHIELD data collection process, so the SHIELD interview, and also provided recruiters with some information on where to go for additional help, all while ensuring that we follow our contract guidelines to ensure the protection of PII. All right, and so on this slide, I'd like to discuss a few challenges that came up during our training process. And to be clear, our challenges are nuances. These are not problems, rather, they're ways we had to improvise and innovate to ensure success. So ultimately, after we covered the basic training approaches, we recognized the need for additional steps. So at the time of our training, some health departments didn't have a full set of recruitment staff, so we utilized a train-the-trainer approach, ensuring that at least one representative from each health department team attended the training. We also provided video recordings of the training, a living Q&A document based on questions during and after the training, as well as written reference guides with a walkthrough and screenshots of each of our systems. We also provided health departments with a practice registration system that doesn't capture any data, but functions exactly the same as the real registration system. And this allowed recruiters to get hands-on experience with the system. We also found that we really needed to emphasize our procedures for protecting participant privacy. We included guidance in all of our documentation, as well as in the registration system itself, to note that PII should not be shared with ICF. We even took privacy one step further by just never sharing the SHIELD's ID numbers over email. So in addition to the training, ICF also set up a help desk phone number and email address for health department recruiters to share any questions about our systems, resolve any issues with access or incentives, and follow up on any items flagged by our data management checks. So the key to success with the help desk were reminders throughout our documentation that this contact information should only be used by health departments to reach ICF with questions rather than given out to SHIELD participants. So the ICF technical assistance team also joins the weekly recruitment check-in calls with the health departments and CDC, which just gives us another regular opportunity to check in and hear from our health department partners. ICF also facilitated a meet and greet session between the recruitment staff and the ICF interviewers to help our teams connect, get to know each other, and exchange information. So over the course of the SHIELD pilot, we've made it a point to integrate feedback and experiences of our partners and stay ready to make changes to our data collection process. So during the meet and greet session that I mentioned on the previous slide, the recruiters shared information with our ICF interviewers on the SHIELD population. These are participants who were recently diagnosed with HIV, which can be an extremely stressful or emotional process. So it's important that we have a smooth handoff between the health department recruiters and the ICF interviewers. We're all a team and everyone plays an important role in the data collection process. So in an effort to better inform participants about the interview process, the health department recruiters asked for a way to get hands-on experience with the Shield interview. So we provided a testing link and some practice IDs for the recruiters to see the interview, in addition to our technical assistance team sharing some information on the interview process, which really focuses on reading the interview script word for word, just to ensure all participants have the same experience with the interview. Recruiters also shared feedback on the interview informed consent script. So there's a lot of information that's covered in the Shield consent form, and it can come across differently based on whether a participant is reading the information themselves versus having an interviewer read the information to them. And we discovered a need to update our consent form to make it more conversational for the ICF interviewers. And we also made several enhancements to our reports based on recruitment feedback. So in addition to an existing HTML format, we introduced an Excel version for our reports. We added new reports to display additional information like the local contacts for healthcare referrals so that the local health department recruitment team can track which referrals participants are interested in. We also added a new field to the telephone version of the survey for interviewers to document how calls ended or broke off if an interview could not be completed. And this information was then shared back with the recruiters. So they had a little bit of additional information when they were following up with participants. So it's important to remember through all this that Shield is a pilot study. We're learning and adjusting as we go. Maintaining open discussions and learning from each other's experiences are essential. So from the perspective of health department recruiters, we've learned that this is a sensitive population. They're recently diagnosed with HIV, and we need to do everything we can to make this interview process simple and comfortable and show empathy for what the Shield participants are going through. From the perspective of the ICF interviewers, we learned the importance of consistent practice. Since we only receive inbound calls and many of our calls are unscheduled, our interviewers need to spend any downtime doing practice interviews or reviewing study documents and reference guides. And then from the perspective of the client, we can understand the overall vision for why collecting this data and protecting the participants' privacy is critical. We can also have a better understanding of the constraints and limitations of the cooperative agreement with the health departments. And then at ICF, we bring the expertise in data collection, methodology, systems design, usability, training, and technical assistance. So bringing together all of our expertise and learning from each other is really what helps make the Shield study a success. So on that note, I put my contact information as well as the contact information for our project director, Dave Rowe, up on the slide here. I'm happy to answer any questions later on, or feel free to reach out to us via email. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much, Bridget. All right, and then thank you. Next, I will get my slides ready. get in slideshow mode. All right, does that look okay?
Yep, looks good.
All right, thank you. Sure this looks okay. All right, so I've already given my introduction, but my research is on exploring new paradata from text and email contact attempts in federal survey data collection. I'd like to thank my co-author, Laura Hergert, who worked with me on this in the Office of Survey and Census Analytics at the Census Bureau. I'd also like to thank our reviewers on this research, Fane Lineback, Lee Beck, and Rick Denby. Oh, I'm trying to go forward and it's not letting me. Oh, let me stop sharing for a second and try again. I'm not sure why that happened. Let's try this one more time. Sorry about that. All right, okay, I think it's letting me navigate now. So I'll give some background on the Conduct History Instrument, or CHI. CHI is a data collection instrument used by Census Bureau interviewers, known as field representatives, or FRs, to record information from each conduct attempt in select federal surveys, which require an FR-administered interview. First screen in CHI asks the FR to select the mode of a contact attempt. In the past, these mode options were limited to personal visit or telephone. For personal visits or telephone attempts, the following CHI screens would capture other data about the conduct attempt, including whether conduct was made and whether an interview is completed, and some other information. Starting in mid-2022, the CHI added new mode options to the first screen, allowing capture of text messages or email contact attempts. Although interviews may not be conducted via text or email, they may be used to make contact for other reasons. In addition, new CHI screens were added that pertain to text or email contacts only, and I'll show some of these on the next slide. On the left, we see the first CHI screen asking about mode of contact attempt. If the text or email option is selected on the bottom, this leads to the CHI screen on the right. The FR selects a more specific option here, indicating whether the conduct attempt was a text or whether it was an email, and whether this was outgoing or incoming. Outgoing means a text or email was sent from the FR to a potential respondent, and incoming means the reverse, where a text or email was sent from a respondent to the FR. For outgoing messages, the CHI screen on the left would appear. The FR would mark one or more of the 7 options shown. This is mark all that apply to indicate the purpose of the outgoing text or email. The first 6 options are specific purposes, and the 7th is an other option. For incoming messages, the CHI screen on the right would appear. The FR would mark one or more of the 6 options shown, again, mark all that apply, to indicate the purpose of the incoming text or email. And the first 5 are specific purposes, and the 6th is another option. So far, little research has been conducted on this new paradata from text and email contact attempts. Our research is an exploratory study posing the following questions. First, how common is text and email usage in federal surveys? Second, how does text and email usage vary by Census Regional Office, or RO? And the next slide, I'll explain ROs a bit more. And third, what are the most common reasons for text and email usage? The national workload for census field surveys is divided between 6 ROs. Their locations are shown in this map, along with the boundaries for the regions managed by each RO. Going from east to west, the 6 regions are New York in purple, Philadelphia in yellow, Atlanta in green, Chicago in red, Denver in blue, and Los Angeles in orange. For our research, we use all CHI data collected during the last year, 2023, from 2 National Housing Unit, or HU, surveys. There are many other surveys in which CHI data is collected. We decided just these 2 because these are 2 that have some of the highest numbers of contact attempts. First of these 2 is the American Community Survey, or ACS. The ACS samples about 300,000 housing units monthly. Data is initially collected through self-administered mail or web response, but CAPI sampling is used for those who did not respond to the mail or web modes by a particular date. Since the CHI exists just in CAPI, this means that the CHI records capture just a subset of households, mostly those who do not respond to mail or web, and some may be unmailable cases as well. ACS is not longitudinal and requires just one completed interview from each housing unit. Second survey is the current population survey, or CPS. The CPS samples about 60,000 housing units monthly. To date, all CPS data is collected through CADI or CAPI without any self-administered mode for respondents. So all sampled households for CPS could have one or more CHI records. Unlike ACS, the CPS is longitudinal and consists of up to 8 interviews for a given housing unit. These consist of monthly interviews for 4 months, then a break of 8 months without any interviews, and then another set of monthly interviews for 4 months. To answer our research questions, we present a variety of analyses from the 2023 CHI data for both surveys. These include, first, the percentage of contact attempts made via text or email out of all contact attempts. Second, the percentage of FRs with any text or email history, overall and by regional office. Third, the percentage of housing units with any text or email history, by overall and by regional office. And finally, the percentage of text or emails with the specified purpose option. In addition, since CPS is longitudinal, we present FR and housing unit level results by interview number, 1 through 8. Before we show our analyses, it's important to acknowledge the limitations of our CHI data for text and email contact attempts, since many questions remain about the completeness of this new data and reasons on why the data may be incomplete. It's possible some FRs may not remember to record every contact attempt in CHI. That's true not just of text or email, but the other modes as well. In addition, for text and email, the FR training on these in CHI may vary by survey or by regional office. Also, text and email contact differs from personal visit and telephone contact, since text and email often are made up of threads, and there are gaps in time between messages, so this could be confusing on what should not be captured in CHI. Finally, it's possible that text message attempts may be confounded with telephone contact attempts, since both rely on phone numbers. I'll begin with our first analysis on overall percentages of contact attempts made via text or email. This graph shows the distribution of all CHI contact attempts in 2023 by survey and mode. On the left, of the 1.8 million contact attempts in ACS, nearly 2/3 were personal visits and 1/3 were telephone. This leaves just about 1% of contact attempts that were made via text or email, shown in top in yellow. On the right, of the 2.1 million contact attempts in CPS, we instead see that a majority of the contact attempts were made via telephone at 60%, and 35% were personal visits. This leaves about 5% of contact attempts made via text or email, a notably higher rate than in ACS. This next graph parses out what percentages of these lesser used modes were specifically outgoing text, outgoing email, or incoming email. For both surveys, we see the most common of these was outgoing text sent by an FR to a household. This is 0.9% in ACS and 3.8% in CPS. These are followed by incoming texts received by an FR and sent by a household. And the percentages of emails are very low in either survey at 0.1% or lower, regardless of outgoing or incoming. So it appears that when we talk about text or email attempts, these are nearly all text and very, very few are email. I'll now move to our second analysis on the percentages of FRs with any text or email history in CHI. This first graph shows the percent of FRs with any text or email contact attempts recorded in CHI for each survey, followed by percentages for a more specific type of text or email contact. Of the FRs in ACS who had any CHI records, less than half, 44%, ever recorded a text or email contact attempt in CHI. However, of the FRs in CPS, about 2/3, 69%, ever recorded one of these. As we shift to the right, we see that of the 4 specific types, FRs were most likely to record an outgoing text at some point, followed by incoming text. In CPS, more than half of FRs recorded either of these at some point. And for emails, we see a substantial drop compared to texts. This graph shows the percent of FRs with any CHI recorded text or email use, again by survey and mode, but also by region. 3 of the regions have relatively lower percentages in each survey. And these are New York, Philadelphia, and Atlanta, the three more eastern regions shown on the left. But the other three regions have the relatively higher numbers, which are the western ones, Chicago, Denver, and Los Angeles. Denver and LA are particularly high, with about half of FRs and ACS ever recording text or email use, and nearly 3/4 FRs and CPS doing so. For CPS, this third graph shows the percent of FRs with any recorded text or email use, and with any specific outgoing text use by interview number. The first interview, labeled int1 on the left, has lowest rates for these, with only 1/3 showing any use here and only 1/4 showing any outgoing text use. However, the numbers rise for the second interview and then stay at similar rates for 3 and 4, reaching half or nearly half. And we see a slight decline for the fifth interview, which is after that 8-month gap. But then the rates return again to about half for FRs for interview 6 through 8. I'll cover a third analysis on the percent of housing units with any text or email history. First graph shows the percent of housing units with any text or email contact attempts recorded in CHI for each survey, followed by the percents for a more specific type of text or email. The housing units in ACS with any CHI records, very few, just 2.5%, ever had a text or email contact attempt recorded in CHI. But for CPS, nearly 1/5, the 18.6%, ever had one of these recorded. As we shift to the right, we see housing units are most likely to have an outgoing text recorded, followed by incoming text. And then email use is the lowest in either survey, with less than 1% of households having any record history of an outgoing or an incoming email. Here we see the percent of housing units with any text or email use recorded in CHI, again by survey and mode, but also by region. Just like the FR graphs by region, three of the three eastern regions have the relatively lower housing unit percentages. These are, like before, are New York, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. And the other three regions have the higher percentages. These are the western areas, Chicago, Denver, and LA. Denver and LA are particularly high, particularly for CPS, with almost 1/4 of housing units having text or email use. So again, we see text or email use seems more common in the western regions than eastern ones. And then for CPS, we'll see the percent of housing units, but then you record text or email use by interview number. First interview number, int1 on the left, has the lowest rates, and these are similar to the ACS numbers, which have only one interview per housing unit. But the numbers rise for the later interviews 2 through 4. Then after the 8-month gap, slight drop for the fifth interview, but the rates return to double digits for interviews 6 through 8. Now we'll cover our final analysis on the reported purpose of the outgoing and incoming messages. This first graph shows the housing unit level distribution of purpose specified for just the outgoing text or emails by survey. Now the housing units in ACS that ever had an outgoing text or email recorded, slightly under half of these had one of these contacts made with the purpose of requesting an appointment, and this was the most common purpose. Of the housing units in CPS that ever had an outgoing text or email, this was by far the most dominant purpose, as 88% of housing units had a text or email with the purpose of requesting an appointment. While CPS had dramatically lower rates for other purposes, these were less so for ACS. About 1/5 of housing units have ever had an outgoing text or email with the purpose of providing requested information or links to a respondent, and a similar percent had this for the other option on the right. And this last graph shows the housing unit level distribution of purpose specified for the incoming text or emails by survey. Of those in ACS that ever had an incoming text or email, reported slightly over half of these had one of these made with the purpose of responding to a prior contact by call, email, text, or letter. Of those in CPS that ever had an incoming text or email, a similar percent had this done for that same purpose. While CPS also had slightly over half of incoming texts or emails with the purpose of scheduling an appointment, shown on the left, this percent was far lower for ACS, and instead the next most common purpose for ACS was the other option at slightly over 1/3, 37%, shown on the right. So our conclusions. First, we found text and emails make up a low percent of all contact attempts in CHI. These are just 1% in ACS and 5% in CPS. Most of these are outgoing texts, and the fewest of these are emails. Second, the usage varies by regional office. It's most common among FRs and housing units covered by the Western ROs, Los Angeles, Denver, and Chicago, then the Eastern ROs, which are New York, Philly, and Atlanta. But it's unclear how much of this is driven by differences in training or culture, geographic types, or some other factors. Third, we found text and email usage is more common in CPS than ACS. This is likely driven by CPS's longitudinal design with higher usage after the first interview. Fourth, we found the text email reported purpose varies by survey. For CPS, the outgoing contacts are mostly to request appointments. For ACS, recorded outgoing contact purpose varied a bit more. Both surveys had a majority of incoming contacts done as responses to a prior notice. And then for CPS, a majority were also done to schedule appointments, but the purpose was more varied in ACS. So this was an exploratory quantitative look at things from the CHI data, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions. My co-author, Laura Hergert, has done some recent qualitative research that provide more insight on this text email usage. Things like whether procedures for the text email use were communicated clearly to the ROs, whether these were covered in training for the FRs, and whether and when text email contacts are recorded by the FRs in CHI. And then I'll be presenting this research again for the APOR conference in May, and then Laura will also be presenting her qualitative side of it for that same session, so you'll be able to see this from a quantitative and qualitative view. And any other questions I can take during the Q&A, or after today, you can also contact me by email. Thank you. All right, and with that, the other presenters can come back on camera and we can open up the Q&A. Do you want to put something in the chat and send it to everyone, you can, or you can use the raise hand. And just remember to come off the mute also.
I think someone's got a hand raised. Denise Shar.
Denise, you look like your microphone is open if you want to ask your question.
Yes, I had a quick question about, do you have any initial ideas of why there's such a difference between the East and West Coast in terms of participation by text? Is it a younger population, or just curious?
Yeah, so we don't really know yet. I know Laura may be able to answer some of that based on the qualitative research. She did some focus groups with FRs, getting at text and email usage. So I don't know if we've yet drilled from a qualitative view what might be going on. It's possible the focus groups may uncover some of those answers.
Looking forward to hearing about that. Thank you.
There's one question in the chat. I think it's for you, Matt.
Oh, great. Let me see. Prior consent to send text messages. Yeah, so this should have been, something that should have been obtained and trained, and this is something the qualitative research can touch on more as well. But yeah, there are procedures in place. There were like text templates, things were FRs that were intended for FRs to be using. That could also could explain why ACS is pretty low and they only have to do one interview, whereas in CPS it's multiple interviews, and why they could be obtaining text at some point, during or after the first interview, and that's why it's used for later ones for setting appointments and other reasons. I see another question in the chat. Is there a way to study the impacts of texting and its interaction or combination with other forms of contact, such as in-person, phone calls, etc.? Well, we have the context attempt level data. So I think analyses like these would be possible, yeah. See who asked that question. RC, do you want to say more? Do you want to come off of mute? Oh, that's all. Thank you. See Louisa's question: has the attempt level data been compared with the attempts in Roscoe? I have not done that yet. I just looked at this kind of data by itself. But that's something that could be done, yes. All right, see if there's anything else in the chat. All right, I know we're at 4 o'clock. I know we're scheduled to go till 4:15. I can hang on if there's any more questions, or otherwise people want to drop off, we can do that as well. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This session is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the session over to Troy Brightson. Troy, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Troy Brightson, and I am the Human Capital Strategy and Accountability Assistant HR Division Chief for the U.S. Census Bureau. And I have a co-presenter, Ms. Priscilla Scott, who is a Workforce Transformation Officer, also in the Human Resources Division at the U.S. Census Bureau. And we're really excited to be here today to talk to you about conducting data maturity assessments, which we find to be helpful tools for organizations that are seeking to kind of do the workforce planning and human capital components related to advancing our maturity within organizations, advancing data maturity within organizations. So this is a really important and critical piece of the management of our systems, our people, as we try to evolve and meet our strategic objectives as organizations. So we're really excited to dive in. And today we're going to go over the background of data maturity assessments, talk about some different models that are available But for most of the conversation, we'll then segue and really start to spend a lot of time with the assessment that the Census Bureau has used for the past 2 cycles of data maturity assessments to see where we stand as an organization and look at our overall findings and then key findings within the subcategory areas, and then talk about our next steps, what we're doing to leverage this data to inform decision making. All right. So getting started with our background, why are we doing this? We actually started looking at data maturity assessments as a department through the Department of Commerce and in compliance with the Office of Management and Budget, which stipulates that data maturity assessments should be conducted as a way for organizations to evaluate ourselves against best practices, determining skills gaps, and identifying areas for improvement. Now, organizations are already doing this through federal organizations through 5 CFR Subpart B, which mandates us to do strategic workforce planning and succession planning, and so different types of workforce planning interventions with our workforce. But OMB went a step forward, a step beyond that by asking us to look at data maturities in particular. And so OMB asked us to break out our maturity assessments into 8 different areas of compliance, right? We need to make sure that we're monitoring our data governance, our data management, culture, our different systems and tools, our analytic capabilities, how our staff skills and capacities are aligned to our data maturity efforts, our resource capacities, and our compliance with law and policy. I'm sure a lot of conversations today have been on things like AI, right? Which it should be a key component in our data maturity plans. And the results of our assessments should feed our data governance and management processes so that they can inform our investment decisions and prioritize our subsequent actions. So what is OMB asking? It's asking for us to take key times in our planning cycles to step back and to really make sure that we are identifying our tool that we can have or a mechanism for assessing data maturity within our organization, and then allowing that assessment and the data from those assessments to inform our decisions and to prioritize our subsequent action so that we are really taking a strategic approach at how we are growing ourselves as data organizations. So there are a lot of data maturity models out there. These are only a couple, to name a few. There are organizations in the Department of Commerce that have used data maturity assessment models outside of the ones that we're presenting here. But we have the federal maturity model, which we're going to find that all these models really look at the perception of the individuals that you collect the data from, right? So they are really just asking everyone to look at different categories, data governance being included in many of the models of the overlapping piece, or your data culture, your data analytics capabilities. So like your capability or capacity for visualizing data, or your organization's data literacy, right, at the individual level for staff, how your IT systems align. And so when you look at each model, things that you really start to look for are how are each item developed? How does the individual assessment really look at maturity in those different areas? And how granular or non-granular does the model get down to? When you're dealing with a larger data organization whose mission is just data analysis, you're going to want a model that's more robust, that's going to get into like all of the facets, whereas maybe some models have a more business type of vernacular. So as an example, leaning towards Gartner, we found as a government organization at Census that some of the vernacular within the model may not have resonated with our respondents. And so it was something that we didn't look towards. But Gartner is a really good model because if you have their IT suite of services for research and consultants, you get access to their data maturity assessment for free. And the reports are auto-generated within Gartner's resource, and you also have access to their consultants to help you with looking through the assessment results and tying where your needs are as an organization to their custom suite of products that you get with that membership, right? So as an organization that maybe uses Gartner Suite and has access to the data maturity assessment that they offer, it's kind of a no-brainer because you're investing in it. And the amount of support that you can get that comes along with the assessment is just so valuable, right? So the Gartner model is definitely something to look into, even with maybe some of its cons that we found as far as the vernacular that may be used that could sometimes may not resonate at first with your respondents. But you can always do things to normalize definitions and to work with people, like hosting office hours or different things with people who you're going to have take the assessment to make sure that you can overcome some of those hurdles, right? So obviously your design of how you are going to leverage the assessment will go align with any of these, right? Managing the pros and cons that come with it. At Census, we really chose to hone in on the advanced analytics capability maturity model. And that's where a lot of, we call it the SSA model. And so a lot of the presentation following this is going to really look at that second one. But we wanted to give you all an opportunity to kind of just know that although this presentation is going to give a heavy focus on SSA's advanced analytics and capability maturity model, it is not the only one that's available. If you see things in the assessment that you're saying, I feel like it's maybe missing things that we would like to assess, please know we made changes even with the SSA model so that it would be effective for us. We had to find different ways or modalities to leverage the assessment. And so that'll be further on again in the presentation. But again, just knowing that you have something like Gartner that doesn't take as much work as from a consultant perspective for deploying the survey, but obviously you have to have access to the service, you have to have the funds to utilize Gartner in the first place. And so that might be very overwhelming or time consuming to get if you're not already on board with Gartner. The capability maturity model integration, CMMI, that's number 3 on the bottom left. That model is a little bit older. It's been in deployment for a lot longer. It does go over several categories, but when we were looking to make sure that we were also in line with OMB's mandates, which I shared in the previous slide, those 8 sections, we kind of found that there was less alignment with what OMB is asking in the CMMI model. So those are just some of the things that we thought through and thought about when choosing and selecting the model that we use for our maturity assessments at Census. So I'm going to let Priscilla give us a rundown of SSA's Advanced Analytics Capability Maturity Model.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brightson. Okay, so welcome, good afternoon. Dr. Brightson stole my thunder. I was going to announce that we selected the Advanced Analytics Capability Maturity Model, so thank you for that, Dr. Brightson. So taking a look at this model, there are 6 main attributes. They're categories, if you will, but at a high level within the model, they're referred to as attributes, and that would be analytic opportunities, data analytic techniques, culture, technology, and people. And a lot of the measurements are centered around governance. So we just decided to include the definition of that there as well. But there are 6 main attributes. Why did we select this model? I'm glad you asked. We felt that the model was pretty straightforward, easy to understand. We took a look at the categories and found that they aligned to OMB's requirements. And also, when we're assessing data maturity, in addition to meeting OMB's requirements, we wanted to ensure that the model met our internal requirements, right? The things that we need to do as an agency to move forward. And so we felt like this particular model met our agency's needs as well. Other reasons why we selected this model, as I mentioned, it was easy to understand, straightforward. The terminology aligned mostly because it's a federal assessment, right? It was designed by the Social Security Administration. And so we didn't have to do as much the words I'm looking for? We didn't have to modify the categories or the language or the terminology as frequently as we would have had to with some of the other models, particularly the models that came from private industry, right? So for example, with Gartner, which is a great model, but there was a lot of terminology that was pretty heavily focused on private industry, you know, business, revenue, that sort of things that didn't apply to federal agencies. And so with this particular model, because it was designed by a federal agency, we didn't have that issue. We did do tweaking to ensure that the concepts and terminologies that were presented made sense internally within our agency of the U.S. Census Bureau. But generally speaking, we didn't have a lot of that to do because, again, it's a federal assessment. So that's another reason why we selected this model. And also, we previously used this model in our past data maturity assessment efforts, and our sister agency, BEA, also utilized this model. So we had a lot of really solid reasons to go with SSA. So I've mentioned the 6 main attributes. In terms of level of maturity, there are 5 levels. So it was on a 5-point scale. And 1 indicates essentially that there's no capability, right? Level 1 is like, you're just getting started, right? There's not much there. And there's plenty work to be done, right? And it goes all the way up to 5, which is an optimized state. It means that you're really just in monitoring and enhancement mode, right? And then we also have level 3, which means that we're being proactive, right? It means that we have some good things going on. There's a capability there, and that it is normalized. Okay, let's see. Next slide, please. All right, so this is an overview of the complete model, starting with the attributes, which there are 6, and then we go into the categories, which there are 19 categories, various categories aligned to the attributes. And then the most granular level of assessment is at the subcategory level. And so what this allows us to do is to be very specific when we're collecting this assessment data in these various categories and being able to take a look at what's really going on, sort of peel back the layers, if you will. And we found this to be really helpful. And in a couple of slides, I'm going to get into why this level of granularity is so helpful. Next slide, please. Okay, the OMB data maturity mapping. So this was pretty cool. It actually took, it was kind of time consuming, right? But this was pretty cool. So what we did here was we took a look at the guidance that OMB provided to us and the categories that they have, right? Governance, management, data culture, our systems and tools, analytics, staffing capacity, right? Which is our human capital management, compliance with the law, our resource capacity, right? These are the guidance as stipulated by OMB. And then we have the actual model that we selected, SSA, with the 6 attributes on the right-hand side. And so what we did was we took a look at the definitions provided by OMB as well as SSA, and we mapped it, we crosswalked it. So in some instances, we found that a category in SSA aligned to, let's say, a different category in OMB. And I think the best example there I can use, the screen is kind of small. It looks like gray is culture. So there was some elements in culture for SSA, right? Structural mechanism that actually, if you read the definition, we felt like it aligned with compliance with law and policy. And this is really important because after we conducted the assessment and we analyzed the data and crunched the numbers, what we did was we aligned the subcategory responses where we felt like they aligned with OMB. So there was no double counting, right? We mapped everything out so that a score was only calculated once. Now, we do have 2 different report outs of this because we have OMB, which was reported out according to the 8 categories as required by the guidance. And then we have an SSA version where we reported out internally because we assessed using the SSA model. We wanted to present the results to our leadership using that model, right? Okay, Dr. Bryson, I think I can kind of go on and on, so we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the good stuff. This is what I found really exciting with this model. So remember when I said we have 6 attributes, we had 19 categories, and we had 59 subcategories. What was really helpful about this model is the framework, the context, and the common language and terminology that was provided. So for the attribute, the category, and each subcategory, there are definitions, right, for every single one. So it's not general, it's really specific to the attribute, the category, it provides context, if you will. And they gave us one even better than that. SSAs provided this information for each level of maturity, for each category and subcategory, okay? So the example here would be data management, right? High level, we have a definition for data, we have a definition for the category data management, and then we also have a definition for data governance model. If you look to the right at the second screen, where you see levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that tiny print that you see that's highlighted in yellow is actually an example of what is meant by a level 1 data of maturity for data governance model, right, et cetera, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So there's a lot of specificity here, and that's very helpful because when we administered the assessment, we had a level of confidence that our participants were answering the question with the same reference. So that excites me. So, okay, now what I'm going to do is turn this back over to Dr. Brightson, and he is going to discuss the high-level results of this data maturity assessment. Dr. Brightson, over to you.
Thank you, Priscilla. So, as Priscilla mentioned, we had several things that were influencing our need to reassess. And so we're going to go through that timeline and how we got to SSA. So in January 2023, the Department of Commerce's maturity assessment and data skills, so MAD, Maturity Assessment and Data Skills Working Group, which is a subgroup of the Commerce Data Governance Board, decided that it was really time that all of the DOC agencies conducted a maturity assessment. The last assessments were conducted in 2020. And so we wanted to find ways to, one, research models, and that's what we shared with you all originally, right? We went out and we really wanted to see, well, where can we assess? How can we do this? And what models are going to be the best for the Department of Commerce agencies? And we really found that there was not one best model, right? And so I continue to really stress that hopefully this presentation for some people might be an introduction to data maturity assessments. For others, maybe you're doing it and you want to get out of this how we've used our findings to take action. And I hope that there's something for you in that respect. But I really want those of you who maybe have not done a data maturity assessment to just know that there are multiple options available. Doing your research on the various models is very important, and that's why we share some of that in this presentation today. Although we didn't go with those models, it was not because they're not good, right? They just were not the best for census. With what Priscilla said, just our history of using a model in the past, or maybe some of the different things at play, right? We looked into Gartner because we have some Gartner applications, but we did not have access to their data maturity assessment, right? And so, but we know there are other agencies like NOAA who did go with the Gartner model. And so just wanting to make sure that as we go into this, the time that we spent in February and March was really valuable because it allowed us as a department to decide that each agency could use the assessment that was best for them, but we could use that OMB lens to communicate about our maturity assessment findings as a department. And so that might work for you if you maybe are in an agency that is decentralized, or if you work at a headquarters and you have different agencies, or maybe you work at the departmental level. Just however you represent, please just know that those are all options that are available. Excuse my voice, everybody. Those are all options that are available, and it was time that we deliberately built into our timeline. Also during May, June, and July, that's when we really started to do our planning, our participant planning, our instrument development. One of the things that, as I mentioned, with the SSA model that we chose at Census, we needed to make sure that there was a way for us to capture this data. In 2020, it was done through an Excel file. And so during this collection, we really wanted to kind of have a more professional looking assessment, something that was more user friendly for our respondents. And so we use Qualtrics as a tool to disseminate the maturity assessment. So we spent a lot of time uploading the SSA model and the categories and subcategories and individual attributes into items, like as an item bank. And so that's what you'll see on the bottom right of the screen is a screenshot of that Qualtrics survey. It gave the respondents, an ability to see how far along they were, how much longer they had to go. It allowed them to take breaks with the survey. So we really found that Qualtrics was a good thing for us. And we're also really excited because now when we want to do this assessment again, we'll be able to leverage our tool that we've now built in Qualtrics. So it is also going to allow us to reproduce the survey in a more agile manner moving forward. When we went to selecting participants, that was something that was really interesting for us. We had a lot of really robust conversation around our sample size, our sampling techniques. We did look at, again, leveraging the 2020 effort and seeing how many people were assessed. We found through most of the literature that it seems for data maturity assessments, you don't want this going out to a large amount of the workforce. You do want it to go to your more senior leaders. We still have had some back and forth thoughts about certain categories and the perception of only having responses from the same group. And maybe that's something we can kind of talk about when we go through individual different areas. But as an example, obviously there's a people component and a culture component that is very heavy on HR. And so we wanted to make sure that our HR practitioners, our senior level strategic HR players at Census could respond to the survey, but we also wanted to recognize that there were other components like the data component or the data management component where those HR professionals may not really be who we were looking for to respond or have the best perception of where we are strategically with those efforts, right? And so these are things that we really had to weigh in, that we had to take into consideration when we were developing our sample and when we were developing our instrument. And so, for example, we have allowed an NA in the survey, which you'll see even in the screenshot on the bottom right, because we wanted to make sure that we weren't pressuring people who didn't feel like they had insight into those maybe areas. Again, 59 items in this assessment. So it can be a little taxing of a deployment, but we wanted to make sure that people felt like they were giving their honest answers and they weren't being pressured to answer things that they did not have insight into. And so they were able to skip different areas of the survey. Also, we settled on going out to about 55, and we had a 69% response rate. And so these are individuals who are managing our large operations, our large survey operations. Again, as I said, our human capital senior leaders. So a lot of, as you see, senior technicals, SESers, GS15s, and it did get down to the 14, but those 14s are most likely managing large survey areas for the Census Bureau, or they may be managing different councils, like they may manage, like as an example, like our disclosure avoidance board, right? Like our DRB or things like that. So it was very strategic based off of the individual's role in the organization and where they sat with creating strategy or evaluating large scale data programs at Census that allowed us to collect the sample of individuals that we went out to for our data maturity assessment. After making these decisions through May, June, and July, and obviously we did get feedback from the organization about the individuals who we wanted to include in our sample, so that there was agreement outside of our core group. We were able to administer the assessment in August. We gave a 6-week period for response and closed out on the 2nd week of September. We drafted our initial report, which was really aligning to those OMB categories that we shared through Priscilla, and we disseminated that to the department so the department could start to create high-level plans for DLC-wide data maturity efforts. And now we're really working at the agency level at Census on how we can drive our results home. And so we're going to continue to go through those exact results. Overall, we had a level 3 maturity score at Census in the 6 different areas. Our weakest was our people element in technology. Honestly, as you see, the results were not, they weren't really jarring for us, right? It seemed like people, for the most part, were really in agreement with where we are overall, landing us at the level 3. And this means that we have formal standardized data capabilities, standardized documentation, and our organization is generally proactive rather than reactive when it comes to to how we operate in the 6 different categories, which makes sense in general because we are a data organization, right? We are the Census Bureau. So for the most part, we do have standardized processes and things in place. However, it does show us that we may be decentralized in things that should have a centralized approach, an enterprise-wide approach that we are using consistently across the entire organization, which would get us to the level 4 and really start to get us to level 5, where those things are in place and you're really just doing process improvements to continually enhance these programs that are being used consistently enterprise-wide. Our biggest strengths were in data regarding our data governance and management. Again, wasn't necessarily that surprising for us because we do have several data governance boards. We have a data governance plan. There's the Commerce Data Governance Board, but we have a Census Data Governance Board that meets monthly, right? Our ability to manage data and data operations, our ability for planning and deploying analytic techniques, and then our leadership engagement within the culture came out to be a strength for us. But I am going to kind of whisper, right, as we talk about picking assessments and picking our sample. You saw on the previous slide that we went to GS14s and aboves. So, you know, with that, most of them are most likely leaders. So to have a component in the culture that says leadership engagement is good, well, if only leaders are saying that their engagement is good, you know, we just have to be mindful of results like that, right? Like that could be a little biased of a response. But again, you know, choosing every path we take with any survey and any assessment with pros and cons. Our area opportunities for improvement came from our technology and people categories, which talk about our infrastructure and data repositories, and our ability for talent sourcing, recruiting, and hiring this type of data, this data talent. And we know there's a war for data talent. Again, this is not really surprising. We're just now getting the data scientist occupational series, and federal agencies are working on filling those censuses as well. And we're also working on making sure that these STEM job series, they're highly competitive right now, right? There is not a large population to choose from. And we're fighting with other federal agencies as well as, Google's and different organizations like that for premier data talent. And so we just have to make sure that we stay at the forefront of how we are aligning our recruitment efforts and being as intentional as possible about growing and bolstering efforts in these areas. And so again, already, right, just with this high level overview, we're finding things as an agency that can help us to say, okay, doing good here. Maybe this isn't a place where we just need to work on communications or comms so that it becomes an enterprise-wide effort, or that we are making sure we're focusing on areas and investing in recruitment of this data talent. And so it's giving us, the maturity assessment has given us tools to speak with leaders, leveraging this information as the common framework to say, hey, here's where we are. How do we make plans to go to the next level? How do we support you and understand why you're feeling like this is at a level 3 or a level 2? And how do we work together to advance these efforts? So I know you can see on this slide, in people, the maturity rating was 2.8. So it did round up to the level 3. But it was an area where we saw the most struggle. And so the most areas for improvement, right? This is just giving us things to work on. We know things are happening in each of these areas, but how do we take a real strategic approach at excelling the work that we're doing to reach that level of maturity? So I'm going to hand it over to Priscilla as we start to go into just a larger deep dive into the 6 areas and the responses.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the first area that we're going to dive into or attribute is data. So not to be confused with the overall data maturity assessment, one of the attributes is data. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about now. And this information is going to be presented in the order of our level of maturity for each attribute. So as Dr. Brightson mentioned, we scored highest in data overall. So what does that mean? So by data, we're talking about identifying opportunities to leverage new and existing data sets and better manage and govern our data in support of advanced analytic projects, and that is exactly what we are doing. Our Deputy Director, Dr. Ron Jarman, has spoken with the Bureau at length in various groups about the direction that we're going when it comes to identifying these opportunities and leveraging new data sources. There's a lot of data out there, and we have to leverage them in new ways. Dr. Jarman has pushed for us to focus on innovation, right? And delivering the data even with more speed because there's a demand for it with these new data products and that sort of thing. So that's a huge focus. So as Dr. Brightson mentioned, we aren't surprised that this was a strength for us. And just an example of some of the strengths from the level of like categories and subcategories, our data governance. We scored pretty strong in that area. And so what does that mean? That means that we have a data governance model. It exists. We have many data governance boards. We are compliant with regulations and that it's monitored and enforced by enterprise-wide body. That is true. And data collection, no surprises there, right? That's a strength of ours. And so our data collection is governed and managed, and requirements are considered during the planning process. In terms of areas for opportunities for improvement, data persistence came up as one. So what does that mean? I'm glad you asked. Data persistence has to do with our ability to take the data and format it and store it. And so we'll be working on that. I think some of that also ties in with like infrastructure, which was listed as an area of opportunity for improvement. Next slide, please. Analytic techniques. Okay, so here we're identifying our analytic tradecraft, right? And we're taking a look at techniques that can be applied. And so our overall score here is a 3.2, pretty strong. In terms of our summary of strengths, we scored strong in organizing structured data, as well as data analysis and data visualization. So that's pretty cool, right? So in terms of organizing structured data, we're looking at our ability to search, select, build attributes, create associations, characterize and classify the data, predict, cluster, and explain, right? So those are the types of things where we have a strength. And of course, with data analysis and data visualization, it's pretty cool that we have a strength there, because what are we trying to do? We want to find insights into the data, right? We've collected volumes and volumes of data, right? We have data sets with millions and millions of records that we're administratively linking to other data sets with millions and millions of records. What do these things tell us? What is the insight that we can find in this data? So it's not just creating charts and graphs. We want interactive visualizations, and we want to say, what story do these data tell, right? And that also enables everyone who uses census data to be able to not only tell a story, but make decisions, right? We want data-based decisions. And so that's a strength that we have. In terms of opportunities for improvement, we have organized unstructured data. So they're the same types of actions, right? Like searching, selecting, building the attributes, characterizing and classifying, but it's on unstructured data. So in that, we will be moving forward with improvements. It's an opportunity where we're able to improve, and we are aware, right? This isn't a surprise to us, and we're working toward that. Next slide, please. Analytic opportunities. Okay, so this is a good one, right? So we're identifying new and existing use cases to further apply advanced analytics and to improve our organization's mission and operations. So we have a 3.1, which is that's pretty exciting, right? That's respectable. And in terms of our strengths, we have project review, right? So we have policies and procedures and metrics. They exist, they're in place, and we use these tools when we're reviewing projects and making decisions on whether or not we are going to go to the next one, move forward with the opportunity, right? So we also have processes in place, they're solid, that allow us to identify opportunities to pursue analytic projects. And one thing that I'd like to mention about the categories and the strengths and that sort of thing, and we are a level 3 in most areas. We did provide instructions to our participants that said, if you're not really sure which way you want to go when you answer this question, think about documentation, right? So if you're going to go with a 4, could you support that 4 with documentation? Or if you're going to go with the 3, could you support that? And so that's something else that I want to add when we're talking about, well, what does it mean that, this is our strength? A lot of these things, we have documentation. Again, we have processes, we have procedures in place. And in terms of improvement, we have project resources, right? And what are resources? Time, money, people. Right? Opportunities to improve when it comes to funding the projects or providing the appropriate resources to either get the projects off the ground or to keep them going. And then also our processes that we utilize to select the opportunities, that could use some improvement as well, right? And we're working on all these things. We'll get around to it. So. Overall, we still scored pretty high. And so now I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Brightson to discuss our remaining 3 attributes. Dr. Brightson?
All right. So then we got into what I consider the mission enabling support components of the model, right? Culture. Now, we can't change culture by trying to change culture. Culture is seen through the artifacts or different things within the organization. The artifacts, the values, not the different things. The artifacts, the values of the organization that are expressed over time. However, if we find ourselves seeing that we don't like the cultural manifestations at play, then we do have to try to use different levers for reinforcement and to communicate and shape our desired vision, right? And make sure that our actions align with what we are verbally espousing to staff. And so you'll see that the culture component, though, looks at those artifacts, right? How engaged are people via their communications, their marketing, branding, leadership, and their recognition? And what are the organizational enablers, the structural mechanisms, policies, and procedures, the community and the learning and development programs that are available to help with your data maturity, right? So this is really, you're still looking at your data culture in your organization, right? And so again, we have the strengths here of leadership's engagement in our changes, which honestly, I know again, through the sample size, we express the possible limitations, but we do really have a high level of leadership engagement in our data maturity efforts at Census. They are participating in, the directorate level leaders are showing up for meetings and town halls and different things to help support a lot of efforts that are rolling out through learning and development for data practitioners and moving to open source tools. And so it's really exciting because I think that everyone has a fresh fire and understands the need for us to expand our data maturity. And that's evident through the results that we got here. Through learning, it was talking about our formal learning opportunities in our guidance, our documentation and tools to support our advanced analytics. And of course, again, we're level 3, right? So there's still a level 4 and a level 5 that we can grow to. But seeing this as a strength as we have our new data science training program, we have boot camp programs, we're doing different on-demand learning programs for our data experts at all levels, right? We're not just having super complex data training for the advanced users. We're also having data training for managers, right? How do you manage a data workforce? And so those are things that have really been helpful to us. And again, that I really value with this assessment, because these are very complex growth efforts for an organization. And there are many facets to the success of the entire organization. And so the assessment's ability to break down all of those parts is very valuable at really trying to see where you are and where you can take next steps. Our areas for opportunity and culture were our marketing and branding. So right now we have formal marketing on the value of our analytics capabilities, but we can go further there. And as far as our structural mechanisms, this was also an area for opportunity. Currently, we have formal structural mechanisms that support the use of analytics, so cross-organization analytics validation on projects. But we still have more that we can do with creating a matrix teams and making sure that we have formal things in place for to support the use of analytics, right? And so systems, software, platforms. And we really have and are going to share some things that we think we have in place that are going to support this and help grow the perception of our maturity in these structural mechanisms. The next area is our technology maturity level. I'm sure everyone here on the call knows that you can hire data scientists or hire a data expert, but if they don't have the proper computer, if they don't have the proper tools in place with the cloud environment for the data set to land, they'll be watching the spinning wheel of death forever, and you won't really get a lot out of your data professionals. And so that's something that as an agency, we're constantly challenged with and working on. And so the data maturity element allows you to identify optimal ways to leverage new and existing technologies, including applications, data platforms, and infrastructure to perform your advanced analytics projects. It breaks down into 5 different subcategory levels here. So this is the largest this is the longest attribute with the most subcategories, is what I'm trying to say. Our strengths here were implementation and deployment in purchasing new tools and software. So the respondents feel like we did a good job at really looking at our new open source tools. And this, for me, ties to the training, because you can have the new tools and purchase new software, but we can never forget that then we have to train the staff to be proficient in these new tools and software areas that we're developing, right? And so if we have a strength that we're posting new things, and if learning wasn't a strength, thank God that it was, but if it wasn't, we could see an issue with that type of deployment, right? Where you see a misalignment through some of the subcategory areas. And that's what we're looking for, to see where maybe doing something in one subcategory area could have cascading impacts on the rest of how our performance in some of the other areas within the maturity assessment. Our opportunities for improvement with technology were regarding our interfaces and resource abstraction. So enterprise-wide resource abstraction. For some of those that aren't common sense, we've added the definitions, especially if for those of you who would like these slides following the presentation. But resource abstraction here is enterprise-wide resource abstraction, virtual machines and data storage deployment, which allows advanced analytics practitioners more individual control of their software configurations. And so making sure that you have a safe place for resource abstraction and getting data and people to work on efforts. So this is, again, we're, as the HR team, not going to be experts in everything here, but it's allowing us to know who to get to the table so that as we move to level 4, which again, as I mentioned, is a lot about enterprise-wide efforts, we don't want people working in silos because that's not ever going to get us to level 4 now, right? Where we're looking for those enterprise-wide tools that can help us drive data maturity. The last one is people, and this one is a heavy focus on HR. So our opportunities to leverage new and existing data sets and better manage and govern data in support of advanced analytic projects. So it's about role definition, so making sure that we are defining the different roles for our data experts. I know a heated conversation at Census Now is how do we not only develop this new data science workforce, but the adjacent skills, right? What are the new trainings that our mathematical statisticians need in this new environment? And our survey statisticians, what do they need as we excel in advanced data maturity? How are their individual areas advancing, and how do all 3 of these job series work together to create this new landscape for our data experts, and making sure that we are not completely focused on data scientists and forgetting about how this revolution is impacting those other job series and what they need, that we're understanding our position requirements and that our recruitment initiatives are in line with that. So a summary of strengths here were role definition and position requirements. We have done a lot of competency-based role modeling, and we have tried to improve performance management by creating different critical elements and language that can be included in critical elements for staff. But where we have areas for opportunity is in our retention strategies and our ability to source the right talent at the right times and being able to recruit them and have them on board. So again, we have really learned a lot from doing this assessment, from the perception of these leaders in the Bureau. And now we're really working on some critical next steps that help us to turn these results into actionable items for the organization. And so we want to briefly close out with that in our last 9 minutes about what our next steps are.
All right, thank you. So our next steps are going to be an implementation of the business ecosystem, which is actually happening right now. So it's actually a current step, right? And so the business ecosystem is designed to move us from our focus on managing censuses and silos, because we have several censuses as well. We have the main decennial, but we have other censuses going on as well. And surveys, to move from managing these surveys, which are in multiple systems and have declining response rates, to managing these things in an ecosystem of data collection, processing, and dissemination designed to deliver data products more efficiently, right? And even just to provide an example of that, we have something called the Annual Integrated Economic Survey. It's a re-engineered survey designed to integrate and replace 7 existing annual business surveys. So that's an example of how, we took a look at how we were doing things, right? And we innovated and we improved and streamlined and made things much more efficient, which helps because that decreases the burden for those who have to actually take the survey. And so within this business ecosystem, we have several really large initiatives that encompass this ecosystem. And so the first that I'm going to discuss very briefly is the DICE program. So the DICE program streamlines, well, I should say what it is. It's the data ingest and collection for the enterprise, also known as DICE. It streamlines and simplifies data collection. So teams have access to a central repository of standard survey content and metadata, as well as automated survey design capabilities. And I attended one of the town halls regarding this, and something that was cool that they mentioned is that analysts will have the ability to, like when you're building these surveys, you'll be able to do some things like in real time. Again, it's just streamlining and adding innovation and efficiencies compared to the way we've done things previously. The next thing in the business ecosystem is our Frames program. And so our Frames program enables us to use our data in more innovative ways. So with linked frames, data currently collected by multiple teams using multiple methods can be centralized, streamlined, and harmonized. Next is our Enterprise Data Lake, affectionately known as EDL. And EDL is a cloud-based central repository for all types of Census Bureau data, right? So the EDL centralizes data management and processing, enabling more efficient access and use of our data. The next initiative in support of our business ecosystem is our Census Enterprise Dissemination Services and Consumer Innovation, also known as FedCASIC. So FedCASIC develops and implements state-of-the-art tools for the dissemination of statistical products for the public. FedCASIC makes complex data easy to understand by using data renderings, data visualizations, and incorporating user feedback to ensure alignment with our user needs. And something that's relatively new that we have going on is our business ecosystem acceleration teams. And so these are smaller teams of census employees, cross-functional in nature, and they're going to be taking a look at specific challenges within our Bureau, and they're going to be working on them using data analytics, data science techniques, right? Innovation, that sort of thing, and just tackling them as they come. So with that overview of our business ecosystem, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brightson so he can tie that in with our moving from a level 3 to level 4. What does all of this mean and what does it look like? Dr. Brightson?
Thank you, Priscilla. We're very excited about all the things that are happening at Census, and we have to remember that as a data organization, we're always talking data. So making sure that we're finding a way to step back and then say, well, what does an organization at our size, at our level need to do to stay at the forefront of operations, making sure that we're being proactive and not reactive to how things come along or manifest or evolve. We really think that the results of this assessment can really help us to bring together our senior data leaders and have them be able to have something, a framework to speak from and against as they really do the workforce planning work to ensure that they are deploying human capital resources properly to meet strategic goals. Moving from the level 3 to the level 4 to us means that we're creating standardized processes and our policies are more consistently applied across the enterprise, which is why we've shared the work that's happening with our business ecosystem, right? We know that that's going to be an enterprise-wide effort that we think will really help people with the way that we work with and manage our data. But our next steps to helping with this include reaching out to participants from the assessment. So during this time, we definitely see that it's a very perceptual assessment, right? And we want to make sure that in the future, we take more of a mixed methods approach to this. This past assessment, we really went out via the Qualtrics survey and had people respond on their own. We never did any focus groups with the respondents to really make meaning of their feelings of how each area applies to census and what they meant by the strengths and the weaknesses, where exactly those strengths and weaknesses are. And we think that doing that in the data collection period will really help us with writing better recommendations and gap strategies in the future that are already co-created with the owners at that time, making sure that they're feeding different programs. So we're working now to share these results with our new Chief Data Officer, Dr. James McCoy, with our Human Capital Council, which is comprised of several senior executives across the Census Bureau. So they see these results and that we're all working together to make sure that we are united with our vision, with our strategies, and that we are using this data in ways that inform what happens next, right? How we make investments in recruitment in different ways, how we reach data experts, in reaching data experts to do what, right? As we saw, we had weaknesses in some of our analytic capability or our technology capabilities. Which workforce is most important for hiring at this phase of our maturity to get us where we need to be in our next efforts, right? Those are the types of things that I think we really are striving to work on and to allow this to drive those types of conversations. And we've already started that work. And so we're really excited about it because we've gotten warm reception. When our leaders see this, they're like, okay, yeah, let me look into this more. We're setting follow-up meetings. And then at the same time, we're working with the department. So the department now knows what our struggles are, what our challenges are. And hopefully we'll have department level support as well as the support we get at the agency level to be able to see ourselves move forward with our data maturity and making sure that we have the proper skills, talent, systems in place to do the things we need to do to execute on our mission. With that, I want to open it up for questions. If there are any.
Don't everyone ask at once. No question.
The hot debate over enablers. Okay. Well, we can stay on for a little while, but that is the end of our presentation.
Yep. Thank you all for attending.
Hold on one second. How would you adapt this process for a single large survey project longitudinal? So, and Liz, I just want to make sure I'm correct. Do you just mean that you would just want to do an assessment for that one project and for that workforce? Okay, yeah. I don't think I think you could deploy the survey as is, right? I think it all still applies, like how the technology or the people that you have on the team, the culture of the team, right, for that one project. I think you would just thinking about how many people are on that team. I don't know how large it is when you're making those sampling decisions. You know, again, there were parts of the survey that I think you could maybe you wouldn't want everyone to answer, and so you can use that skip logic, just sending people to the areas that you would like them to respond with. And then again, I definitely would add like some of those focus groups, giving that opportunity to talk through exactly how it's applying at your level. I think that the SSA model is really good about what level 3 and level 4 means in each individual attribute, but being able to pair that with, you know, data visualization is good in Tableau, but we're trying to work harder on Python, right? Like, and like getting sometimes to that meet is really important. because that's where the action starts to come from. So if you feel like you kind of need more, I think, you know, since this is 19,000 employees, and as an organization that has some of those decentralized things, where the level 3 and 4 is level 4 and 5, I'm sorry, is really asking you to go to more enterprise integrated efforts, we're gonna really have to work at that level to make sure that, okay, well, why are you doing this over here that's the same as this over here, right? And figuring out, well, that needs to stay, or this other example is an opportunity where as an organization we can find enterprise alignment in through some more resource sharing. So I think it would be similar. And Liz, I'm totally open and available if you'd ever like to talk about it specifically offline.
Thank you.
Sounds-
And if I could add to that, longitudinal is in parentheses. There is the ability to collect longitudinal data within Qualtrics. It can be set up in that manner.
So was there any breakout between the operations side versus support side example, comparing answers to resources between the operations side? We didn't necessarily break it out that way because Jeff, again, as we talked about, we had such a small sample because it does tell you to be careful with oversaturation with this assessment. But it's interesting though too, as you all saw, everyone was pretty in line, right? We didn't get to the level 3 because there was a lot of hyper rating. We didn't really feel the need to like drop the highest score and the lowest score to get these results. We really were at the level 3 because a lot of answers really fell into that, right? Like there was a lot of agreement with the assessments. I hope that answers your question. I'm new to data maturity. At what stage of the data maturity process is this business ecosystem most effective? I would say the business ecosystem really resonates with the Census Bureau's goals to get to a level 4 or level 5. And I'll be honest, the good thing is I think our senior leaders were thinking about this and working on these things before this assessment, right? Well, before this latest relaunch, right? Some of these things are things we've been working on, but I think it's nice to then know, okay, this is in line with that, and maybe start to look at some of the other projects that are not in line with that growth and making those decisions from I think a portfolio management perspective to start to say, okay, we're going to discontinue these things as we really start to support the things that are taking us towards that future state. I hope that answers your question, Allison. Are there any other questions? I think that was everything in the chat. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you for coming and hearing about this. Again, our information is in the chat, and if you would like to reach out to us about anything, we are open to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Priscilla. And it looks like this concludes today's day 1 sessions. And we thank all of the participants for your time and your presentations, presenters, and all the participants for all your attention today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for day 2. So we hope you all have a nice evening. Bye-bye.